Gen Z. They are born, like we said, after the digital age. They are always attached to one device or the other. Very intuitive learners. They multitask, rapidly task switch, extremely social to a fault. Sometimes it gets them into trouble on on the internet. They're multimedia oriented. Okay, so I'm talking to parents today. For the most part, the technology itself is not the problem. It's the use of the technology, how we're using the technology. If your kids are using a bit more technology than before, you don't need to worry and panic, right? It's not going to ruin them, but we do need to have some guidelines. That's all. Just like our parents told you can go out, but you must be home by 6. When it was time to go to university, you can go to a party, but they must pick you from home, and we must know who's picking you, who their parents are, where is the party, what time, and you're coming back at this time. We just need to have conversations. All right, they are not aliens. So also, I want to say to parents, let go of the guilt. Because sometimes parents are so guilty that, I don't know whether I'm not destroying my child's life, or I'm not exposing them to this and to that and to that. Let me tell you, like my kids will say, parents, just cool it. Just chill. Relax. It's their world. You see, they're equipped. They have everything to succeed in this world. God is not stupid. It is their time. It's their season, right? Is the like we had all this agrarian economy, information age. This is the tech age. This is the digital age. So they will make it, but they will need guidance from you. So what are some of the ways that we can mitigate, against the dangers of these technology? Because they are real dangers, and I will not attempt to minimize it at all. Now, depending on what age your children are, we have babies who are under 2. They shouldn't really be doing a lot of staring at the screen, because it gives them lazy brain if they do not engage their brain, because remember, their brains are just developing. So you cannot have children under 2 staring at the laptop. This was my concern during the COVID time. Even the physical eyes, I spoke to a lot of optometrists and ophthalmologists, because remember, they have to take the child learns with his hands. The man, as he's manipulating things and his mouth, right? He's writing, memory is being written, okay? Cognitive development, okay? And he's forming the capacity to learn. Now, when you remove that and the child becomes a passive learner who's just staring at the screen, I don't know, it's a little bit dangerous. So we need to guard against that. That if you have toddlers, these are children between 1 and 3 years old, they are very inquisitive now. We have to find a way to engage them with their hands, right? So that they are tactile, because they're still learning with their hands. There's an eye-hand coordination, eye-brain coordination, right, in developing children that are growing up. By the time the children are getting a bit older, there are things you need to guard against, without being told. The dangers in the internet, cyberbullying, there's all kinds of improper, inappropriate content. Children have been kidnapped, children have been brutalized, have been abducted because they gave away information they shouldn't give away. So what we need to do, right, is to use the technology and teach our children how to be safe. See, we cannot keep, that's why I told you, overprotection will destroy your children. The digital natives, they don't need overprotection, they need freedom. Freedom with boundaries, okay? Because they're growing up so much faster than you and I grew up. They're being exposed to so much information. They know much more than you when you were their age. So the concern is to have a balance. We must have a balance and make sure that we are in control of the technology, and the technology is not in control of us and our children. All right, we really have to have a balance. So I spoke at length about using technology to socialize at a distance. The world is becoming increasingly insular. And for the development of humanity, we need social interactions. And technology is fantastic at providing that for us. We use technology to socialize at a distance. I will show you, we can keep in touch. Now you can connect the whole family all over the world. And this is why parents, you must get involved with technology. Don't be at a distance there reading your newspapers and boring magazines. Come and learn, do family activities. Call up grandma, set up grandma on WhatsApp, set her up on FaceTime, set her up on, get grandma, do a TikTok with the children. It's fun. And then you're also blending. Let me tell you, technology can help you bond better if your children trust you. You see, you got to build that relationship. Okay? So I know that it's difficult. Children don't want you to know what, especially when they're adolescents, and they're tweenies, they're late adult. But if you've built that relationship, I have my kids at home now. Frances is done with youth service. She's 24. Joshua teaches me. He's the one who teaches me TikTok. He's the one that's 22. Then they're teaching. I want to learn to dance, to do the TikTok, because I don't understand the head and tail of TikTok, frankly speaking. But I'm following them to do it. They taught me Periscope, all kinds of things. Every day they come up with, and the thing changes so fast. But it's fun. I'm saying use technology to socialize and build and strengthen your relationship with your children. They are happy to teach you, okay? They are happy. Monitor and maintain balance. Let me go back. Monitor and maintain balance. I've spoken about it, okay? Watch out. Video games are good, but it's not good when the children become too insular. They're away from everyone. They self-isolate. It's not good, right? Most of the kids, the computer that they use a lot is in the living room, because we need to know the content, the amount of time you're spending there, and all kinds of things, just to check. Then watch how the children, how do they behave when they've spent time playing all these games? Do they become moody? Are they violent? You have to be attentive to know what is going on with the children and be understanding, not judgmental. Because see, you don't know these things. So parents, you need to humble yourself. Eat the humble pie. Go and learn and ask the children to teach you. It empowers them. They feel the connection, the partnership, all right? Learn a new skill. I said that. You learn a new skill yourself as a parent. Learn a new skill. You can then, with the children, you can learn new recipes, whatever they're interested in, New, like my son, he likes making videos, editing and all of that. So I give him assignments, help me edit my videos and come and tell me how he did it, So he's happy. We are engaging with the internet, but for useful things, and they're not isolating you as a parent. And then you're learning as a parent. Very, very, very important. Whatever they're interested in, all right? Become a producer or an artist. Like I'm saying, let them do their stuff and put it there. Get when you do a drama, do the video, put it there. Now let's become producers. We can launch our own family thing. If you go to my Facebook page, you will see us cooking, daddy in the kitchen, exercise, praying, all kinds of things. So let technology bind it, and that gives you an opportunity to know what they're doing, where they're going. Of course, there are many things they'll hide from you that you will never know. Okay, but don't worry. If you've raised your children well, you have to let them make their mistakes, and they will learn as they make their mistakes. Be present-minded when you're with them. Drop your own phone. Some of us digital immigrants have even started becoming worse than the digital natives, with gossiping on our social media this day and all sorts of things, just scrolling. So let's not model the wrong thing for them. All right, okay, all right. So I've said that. Let me move forward. Where am I? Okay, yeah. So I think perhaps the most important thing that I want to say to us as parents is that we must learn, unlearn, and relearn when parenting digital natives. We must first of all accept that times have changed. I love this quote. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. They are going to be the illiterates. So we must accept the change. We must accept that this children's, is their world. This is how things are. Okay, we must accept that. So find a way to make it work. So sometimes you say, okay, at dinner table, all right, everybody put your phone down. No, you don't do phone when you're eating. Forget it. Phone, book. No. So you still have your guidelines, and you have rewards. So it's a game. It's not punitive. You don't treat them like, So I've had some parents really nasty to the children just because they got carried away with the game they were playing and all of that. You don't need to do that. Find more positive ways to motivate the children, right? And I'm a Christian, so let me talk about church. My daughter heads a part of the children's church. And I remember they kept complaining that, one of their teachers, when they were growing up, wouldn't allow them bring their phone. They had to bring a physical Bible. And I said to the teacher, no way. Physical Bible? These kids don't deal with physical books. Now you're alienating them with their religion. You're separating their religion from their way of life and forcing them to fit into your mold. So the day I went into the class, nobody should open. I don't want to see any physical Bible. Everybody bring out your phone, Joe. Don't you know that there's Bible app on your phone? Don't you know that it's easier to do? But it was such an exciting class because that was the language of the children. So we have to shift. Digital immigrants. When you're an immigrant to a country, you have to live by their rules. Now, I'm not saying that your children are making the rules. You are still the parent. I'm saying that times have changed, all right? So that you are not like the coma people that we found still naked in one mountain around Jos area. Didn't even know that people were wearing clothes, all right? So that you're not left out in the cold. That's actually my last slide, okay? So, like I said, I have an ebook that has tips and strategies for parents who are digital immigrants on how they can successfully parent digital natives, no matter the stage, whether they're babies, children, toddlers, adolescents, teenagers, 20s, 30s, you can successfully do that. And if you want that, I'm going to put my email address and the WhatsApp number. Send a mail, send your email, your WhatsApp number, and just say, I want the free ebook, and we will get that to you. I think we're editing it, but you will get it this month. And for those who are also looking for support, you heard him say when he was reading my bio, I run a lot of things for parents. Parents Network is one of those things. We have a WhatsApp group that I've set up to support parents, guardians, and teachers around parenting issues and child development issues at different ages. We have the WhatsApp group is free. We have a paid WhatsApp but that's when people on that free WhatsApp group to get resources, just like support here and there. Send the same message to my WhatsApp number and my email number. And finally, before I turn it over to Newton and team, we have a seminar coming up. It's my birthday, May 13th. So I always do a parent network thing for my people. It's actually, the seminar is closed before I knew about this seminar today. So if you want to attend that seminar, it's paid, but you can get a huge discount for being part of this. I'm sure we can give you up to 50% discount. It's a paid seminar on parenting in the digital age and the resources and the support. The paid seminar was at 20,000 for the paid seminar. I'm sure we can give you up to 50% discount. I don't know. Let's see. But also send an email. But please make sure you mention that you're from this community. Please, EduPoint, so that we'll see what we can do for you if you're interested. So thank you very much for paying attention, giving me your heat this afternoon. And I celebrate all the digital natives. It's your time. It's your time to transform the whole world, to get useful support from anywhere in the world. There is nothing you cannot do. Parents, you should be excited about this. Your child can enter the library of Harvard University and get information. So should you too. as a digital immigrant. So thank you, digital immigrants, digital natives, for listening to a digital immigrant who's pretending to be a digital native. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. I'm sure. Please, can we give Coach Lillian a round of applause? Can we give Coach Lillian a round of applause?
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, so please, can we give her a round of applause? A round of applause. A round of applause. Just put in the emoticon, put in the clap emoticon. We want to see it. Do that on Facebook. Do that. A round of applause, ma. A round of applause. Thank you for also opening up avenues at which we can reach you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The last time I met Coach Lillian, a bio was being read for close to about 15 minutes, and just the same way I did, they had to abridge it, and she had to just come in, and it's just the same thing that happened. And sometimes when the bio is being read, you say, okay, let me hear from the person, and then when you listen, you say, oh, this is the reason why. Thank you so much. Ma, I want to ask you a very quick question. I know that our listeners will be asking their own questions, but I want to ask you a very, very quick question. How do you cope with parenting and doing all these things? You sit on different boards, close to about 15 boards, and then you consult for different NGOs. It was even very difficult getting you on our practice session, and you just said, everything about Zoom, I'm good with it, don't worry. Even though you were so busy, you found ways to still connect with me, and you still found ways to be here. So how do you do that with parenting? Please, can you share?
Okay, thank you so much, Newton. Well, I will tell you, first of all, clarity. Clarity is very important. You must be very clear who you are, what you're doing, and what your game plan is. You must have a blueprint for your life. They call me the queen of clarity in the coaching circle. Clarity is it. You got to know what you're doing. You cannot jump on everything that comes your way. You can't do that. You don't have the time for that, right? You have limited time, okay? After clarity, schedule. You must schedule yourself. You need to be organized. You need to have order in your life. Google, you see this Google scheduler? Once you say, Coach Lillian, I want to see you at 8 a.m. I say, I'm coming. I'll bring on my calendar. I will put it there. I schedule my sleep, my food, my rest, and I schedule time for things that I didn't think about. So it's about clarity, being organized, right? And I think also making time for yourself is very important. Like I said, I schedule time to rest, to travel when you cannot wake me up if I'm having my rest. There are times, Newton, you won't get me on the phone. My phone is switched off. I got to rest so I don't break down, all right? So it's about, and when you look at it all, I'll summarize it with one word: priorities. You got to know what your priorities are and be very strict about following your own priorities, not other people's priorities, your own priorities, all right? You can't do that. You cannot do that if you don't have a blueprint for your life, all right? That's part of what I help people do with clarity coaching, all right? Get clear. Who am I? What am I? Why am I? What do I want to achieve? My first exercise in my clarity coaching class, write it and live it. Get up. There are things that will happen, but because you plan properly for emergencies, you never know what can happen. So you have a plan for it. And then when things, after you have planned and things don't work out, just chill, man, relax. This life is not Just chill, relax, take life easy. All right. Okay. So that's it, really. That's how I stay on top of. Well, I do quite a lot of things, but that's how I stay. And I forgot the other very important one. Learn to say no. No. You see, no. You must learn to say not. Right? Because I love Newton so much, I didn't have a choice. I said, okay, I will come. Even though I've not slept for almost 2 days now, I've not slept, but I had to be here. Ovie, Frances says she's your friend. That's my daughter. She said she's no, Obiora is her friend.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
So I hope I answered your question.
Yes. Interestingly, myself and the CEO of EduPoint were in that same conference where we met.
He was in that conference?
Yes, he was. He was.
Are you serious? What's his name? What's his full name? Oscar.
Oscar, yes. Obiora Udebona.
Are you serious? Where is his picture? Where is he?
You'll be speaking. You'll be
okay,
speaking.
Because you know I'm a teacher. I always remember faces. So he's a champion too. Awesome.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
So, thank you. Please, let's have the questions rolling in. Admin, can you please send the questions? Those questions from Facebook, the questions from Twitter, and the questions from the WhatsApp. Can you pull it up? Pull it up, please. Pull it up. The questions. The questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Please don't drop your email here. Send it to me, please, because I cannot go through if you want the ebook or anything from me, I've already put my email address and phone number, and you can always ask Mr. Newton and the team. So send it to me directly because I cannot see everything on the comments box here. Thank you.
The questions, please. Questions. Yes, let's speak with her. Can we go to our Facebook community and pull the questions, please? Secretariat, thank you. So, let me ask again. For a parent who probably, just like you have said, is a digital immigrant, and he or she doesn't know how to make use of this computer system, and he or she doesn't even know how to make use of the phone. You know, there are a lot of people that are not ICT savvy, right? You know, they are really old school, like old school, you know. What would you advise them?
What would I advise them? Go and learn. Ignorance is not an excuse. Go and learn. You have to go and learn. There's nothing else to say. You have to go and learn it. I mean, the woman that is making, what is this thing called? Corn in my village. She has a phone. She learns to use the phone. She's not educated. So you have to go and learn it. There's no two ways about it. Either you learn it or you become irrelevant. That's it. There's no two ways about it. Evolve or die.
Okay. So we'll be moving straight to the panel session. Coach Lillian Adebola will be in the panel session too. So if you have any questions, you ask in the panel session. And the panel session will be led by Mr. Sunday Balogun. Mr. Sunday Balogun will be leading the panel session. Yes, and so we have Mr. Sunday Balogun, Coach Lillian Adebola, and Mr. David Lawal. In a few minutes, you'll be seeing that up shortly, the panel session. So I just want us to be on and still stay live. Mr. Sunday Balogun is here already. Are you there already, Mr. Sunday Balogun? Are you there already?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Now we promised you that this summit is extremely going to be explosive. Imagine having the likes of Mr. Sunday Balogun, who is an author of a bestseller. We also have Mr. David Lawal, the founder of Friendship Leadership Institute. He will talk about himself. And of course, we know we've heard from Coach Lillian Adebola. So without much ado, without much ado, I think we have some questions. Hold on, let me just check if we have some questions quickly. If we have some questions, let me just check. Okay, okay, from the Facebook, we're having a lot of applause, Yes, 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 yes. Of course, that's what you expect. Okay. The secretariat is trying to send me some questions. Okay, I think it will be treated in the panel. Yeah, some of these questions will be treated in the panel. So quickly, I would like to, because of time, we have eaten into the panel time, so I wouldn't be playing the slides that introduce the individual speakers, but I will still talk about them very, very briefly, so that we can just have an idea of the persons that are leading the panel. We have Mr. Sunday Balogun. One thing with Mr. Sunday Balogun, from the chats we've been discussing, is an extremely humble man. You know, he was so humble in even writing his own profile. And I was like, what? You just have to tell the world who you are. But all the same, he's a financial accountant by profession and a teacher by pure practice. He has been in the teaching profession for almost 20 years and has floated several tuition tutorials for junior and senior WAEC students. He's an executive member of James Foundation and a pioneer member of Watchman Yes, which is a youth empowerment forum that has empowered over 1,000 people. Now, check this. He's an author with several books relating to parenting and youth. One of his bestsellers is Effective Parenting, which together a practical guide to raising outstanding children. Look inward. The answer is in you. And then Youth ID, codes for accessing destiny. So that's Mr. Sunday Balogun. He will be leading the panel alongside Mr. David Lawal and then Coach Lillian Adegola. Mr. David Lawal is going to be appearing on 2 panels, the parent panel and then the educators panel. So I would wait till we get to the educators panel before I would introduce Mr. David Lawal. So Mr. Sunday Balogun, you have the floor.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sorry if I'm not getting your name right, Mr. Newton Ovie. God bless you greatly. And I so much appreciate the session that we have just gone through. Coach Lillian, that's the name I can see on the WhatsApp. We appreciate you so much, Ma, and thank you so much for such delivery. And all right, we're using this session briefly to look at a challenge, the proper parenting, a challenge, and also the way out. Truly, proper parenting is actually a great challenge in our world today, especially with the advent of social media and other things that have befallen our society today. Financial crisis, economic meltdown, and many other things like that have made parenting to be somewhat difficult to do at such a time as this. And everyone who is a parent and who is striving hard to give the best he or she can offer to the children will agree with me that parenting is actually taxing at such a time as this. And coupled with other things we experience in schools and many other things, the insecurity in our nation as a country, we know that parenting is seriously challenging. Now, you see, what is the problem? You know, we currently are in a world that is practically becoming unsafe for children. A world that is practically unsafe if you look at it, if you judge it from all aspects. Now, both to live and to properly grow in. We're in a society where it's difficult for children to get good values in the society. Our environment or societies today are fast becoming an institution of grooming bandits and prostitutes and other social miscreants. That's what we see all around us. And this is a kind of problem definition I'm giving now. Now, we also understand that our economies, the offices, the financial burdens and demands that is seeking the almost 100% attention of parents is actually making parenting a difficult thing in our time. Because if you judge all these things, you see, most parents will tell you, I'm busy. I am just busy. I just have to get food on the table. I just have to do this, get this done, get that done, and all those many other things like that. You see that economic meltdown has equally made parenting, proper parenting, to be difficult at such a time as this. And also, we will also need to get it clear that the outbreak of the horrible, life-threatening monster pandemic, which we call the COVID-19, has equally contributed to the problem on ground. It has made parenting somewhat devastating and like a nightmare to think about. Effective parenting has become like something like an uphill task in our current time, and that is just the problem we have in hand. A lot of nations are shut down, schools have been brought to their knees, and a lot of difficult things are there. Now, the advent of the social media is another issue, and the escalation of nudity, cultism, and many things like that. Because when we talk about the social media has a lot of ills that it comes along with, and which we have been handling in the life of so many young people. A lot of young people, we have handled several cases of counseling, how to, to detach some people from the negative side of the social media. The social media platforms are very beautiful things that have happened to our world today. You can imagine the Zoom. If the Zoom is not available, we wouldn't have been able to gather this way. You can imagine Google Classroom and many other things like that. A lot of platforms and all that, the StreamYard, and many of them. But the negative side of it is telling on these young people, because these young people are people that have problem with defining their priorities. That's one thing with young people. Because of juvenile delinquency, you see so many of them, and the kind of things that their world and their age is associated with, they tend to tilt more to the side of frivolities of the social media than the profitable aspects of the social media. And as a result of that, they are at great risk. And that is why the parents really need to come in. I really like the point that the speaker that just finished, Coach Lillian, talked about parenting, and then coming into the social media aspect of it. And that's why, sorry, for the purpose of saying things that will benefit those who are listening, there is a topic, a chapter I devoted in that book, Effective Parenting, quite lengthy anyway, to following the youth and children in this cyber age. Following the youth and children in this cyber age is a very vast topic. Every parent must learn how to follow in this cyber age. Like she talked about being a migrant. If you are not internet savvy, I don't know what to say, because that means you are definitely not a parent in the 21st century. Anybody who is a parent in the 21st century will definitely be part of the system, because if you are not internet savvy, that means you cannot be part of the life of your children. Your children are in another world entirely. They have another life entirely, and you must be part of that life if you must influence them. If you must affect them positively, if you must continue to be relevant to them, you must be in their world. And that is a summary of that, of the thoughts communicated in that. So we have a lot of issues like autism, the fraudsters, groomers, we have lesbians and homosexuals, the LGBTQI. All these things are fast growing. The lesbian communities are growing online. They are there. They are waxing strong by the day. Violence and sexually explicit movies and music that litter the internet and all those things, which things strongly appeal to the naive minds of these young people, they strongly appeal to them. You see, God will help us. You know, like I remember a particular case of a student who is now I think she's in 200 level now in one of the high institutions. She was in SS2 when she got addicted to masturbation and pornography. When she got addicted, in fact, her academic life was a mess. It was a terrible mess because she had gone too deep in this. In fact, sometimes I will be in the classroom teaching financial accounting, and this girl will be lost in thoughts. She'll be lost in thoughts. She'll be carried away, imagining fun in her head. So, and these are some of the things that teachers are battling with, but many do not understand this. So when a teacher is in the classroom, standing in front of the student and teaching, the student is already lost in thoughts. The student is in another realm entirely, another world entirely, because they are caught up in something else. So these are things that we really need to look into in this age, in this period of a kind of 100% exposure or unrestricted exposure of our young ones to the social media and to the internet generally. So these are the things we need to look at. Now, because of the pandemic, a lot of academic activities have gone online, thereby also exposing our children to a lot of negative internet content that are highly inimical to their lives generally. And this is a reality that we must wake up to. It is a truth that must be acknowledged and that must be properly digested for us to think of proper approach on how to handle the matter. So at such terrible time as this, proper and effective parenting, which is the savior of the day, has become an uphill task. Proper and effective parenting is the savior of the day, but such has also become an uphill task because the children are engaged, the parents are engaged. Everyone is engaged. So everyone is engaged, everyone is caught up in one thing or another, and then there is almost inattentiveness to the children. So talking about the solution, because I want to try as much as possible to be concise and not to eat much into time. Talking about solution, looking at the matter closely, this is the best time to parent as well. If you look at the matter closely, you will agree with me that the pandemic has also given us an opportunity for effective parenting. And that is the reality we must come to. So it's a time that offers the best opportunity to parents to do that which is needful in the life of their children. So parenting actually takes place actively and passively at the same time. This is what many parents do not know. Parenting takes place actively and passively. Even if you are not available to parent, you are already parenting. Silence, they say, speaks volumes, speaks a lot, and that is the truth. So we need to look at the reality that these children are like a blank paper in our custody. I want to briefly say something on that note. The blank paper in our custody. All children are born blank. The psychologists will say all children are born blank, born blank. By being born blank, I mean without knowledge, without culture, without any civilization. That is how they are all born. Now, it is the society, starting from the parents, that makes input into these children for them to become whatever they will be in life. So you'll discover that all children are born blank. Their minds and their minds are blank, and everything about them is blank. Now, the day you put to bed, or the day your wife did, was the day you were officially made a writer. The day you put to bed, or the day your wife did, was the day you officially became a writer, both the father and the mother. For those who leave parenting to women alone, that's a wrong perception, a highly wrong perception, a highly wrong notion about parenting. It's not a woman's job, it is the job of both the man and the woman. So, but many have come to the realization of, many have not come to the realization of this truth, and that is why there has been problem all along. So there are every move you make as a parent, every move you make as a father and as a mother makes a lot of meaning to the children. All your actions make meaning to them. All your inactions make meaning to them. All your silence make meanings to them. And they make writings on their tender minds. They are inscriptions on the tender minds of these children. So unconsciously, these become books unwritten but written. In one way or another, they become books. Every child is a book written by an individual. It might be a single author, it may be a joint author. Every child is a book written by an individual. Every kid is a book. So every one of them. So it is our duties as their first, foremost, and primary educators. The parent is the first, the foremost, and the primary educators to engage and to engrave on their minds tenets, values, and solid life principles that shall never be erased. So it's our duty. So you are the first privileged person to write on those blank papers. I will refer to them as blank papers symbolically. So you are the first person that is to write on them, that is to engrave. So how far, how fast, and how firm, how fast, how firm, and how full you can write before the society starts writing on them depends on what these children will become. How fast, how far, how firm, and how full you can write depends on what these children will become. So the best you can go will determine the lasting effect you will continually make on their minds. The best you can go determine the lasting effect, the lasting impact you will always make on their minds. And so perfect and academic attention, but without appropriate parenting, can give rise to brilliant criminals. Please take that again. Perfect academic attention, best academic attention, but without appropriate parenting, effective parenting can give rise to brilliant, intelligent, highly educated, and highly skilled criminals. I want you to think about the biggest bank robbery that was committed in India. When I watched the video of the biggest bank robbery, you will come to agree with me that these are not non-entities. These people are intelligent people. Among them were engineers. You can imagine them constructing a tunnel that is very long, and there were electrical wirings in the tunnel. There were fans in the tunnel, and there were lights in the tunnel. There was light, there was fan, there was proper electrical wiring, and there was proper measurement to make sure that the earth does not collapse. Everything was intelligently done. All of these were engineers. Some of them were engineers, some of them were architects, some of them were the different fields. They came together, teamed up, and became criminals. So you could see intelligent criminals, brilliant criminals, highly skilled criminals. That is what absence of proper parenting can bring, even when there is education. So that is why parenting is beyond giving your child education. It's beyond that. It's beyond sending your child to school. It's beyond giving your child the best, and then my child must go to the best primary school, the best secondary school, the best higher institution. Parenting is far beyond that. And that is why. So I will say that parenting is involvement in the life process of your children in order to impact them. Parenting. So that's the definition I'm just giving to it now. It's an involvement in the life process of your children in order to influence them properly, influence their life and affect their life properly. So that's that. Now, what about the fully written paper in our custody? I won't dwell much on this because it has more to do with educators, and this is not the time for that. As educators, you are the secondary authors or writers on these special books that come to you. The secondary writers. These children have been written upon from a home, from where they are coming. I remember, teaching in a secondary school, in a particular secondary school, we had a lot of issues. A lot of children that came with a lot of different orientation, different perception. In fact, we even had a girl that drinks beer before coming to school. A girl that drinks beer before coming to school. This girl, and then when I was interviewing her, she told me that she drinks 2 bottles in a day, 2 bottles of 3 in a day. She drinks one in the morning and drinks the other at night. The person that was parenting her influenced her into that and made her understand that it was not evil, that it was a way of life. So you can see that. So how do you make that child to unlearn that attitude and relearn a proper one? You are another. That is the level of the educators. That is why I said that the book that has been fully written and then handed over to you, that is, you see that the work of an educator is tedious. It's very difficult because these children have had several orientations before they came to you. So it takes skill, it takes experience, expertise, patience, understanding, discernment, and deep love for you to be able to spot out, identify, and erase some errors that have been written on these children before they were handed over to you. It takes patience, it takes expertise, it takes discernment, it takes true love. There are those who are fond of spanking the children at any slightest mistake, any slightest error. Some even use words to damage the emotion of these children, to make them, look at what you have done. You are just done for. You are bad. You are evil. You are this. You are that. And then we decorate their psyche with negativism, and these children carry this negativism around. Like a child during the counseling session in the church told me, I asked a 13-year-old girl, what do you want to be in the future? She said, I don't think I can become anything. I was shocked. And seriously, I was shocked. What do you want to be? The girl is still in my local assembly till today. What do you want to be? She said, I don't think I can become anything. I said, why? She said, my father said so. He has always told me I am useless. He has always told me I'm not useful. I am bad. I am this one. So you can see how far negative words can go in reorienting a child, changing that child's orientation and view about him or herself and about life generally, that he or she has no place in life. And this is why some of them commit suicide. This is why some of them commit suicide. And that is the truth. So we need to really look at these issues. So there is a serious imbalance that I want us to also give attention to. Before I progress, there is a serious imbalance I want us to give attention to. What is this serious imbalance? Number one is the overprotective parents. The overprotective parents, like our coach did mention during our talk. Overprotective parents, we have them all around. This kind of parent is such that will not allow the children to walk. They won't allow children to go out. They won't allow the children to do anything. They just want to see this, that. Hey, what are you doing there? Hey, this one. Oh, that one. There is no little freedom, at least to do something on their own and to gain some level of independence and mind maturity. Mind maturity through exercising their mind in different ventures and activities. But there is such opportunity is not there in an overprotective parenting. And at the end of the day, it gives rise to children that are dependent all their lifetime. All their lifetime, they are dependent. They cannot. That is why you see such a child, when he is even grown to make choice of a life partner, he goes to ask the mother, who should I marry? That is the truth. We have a lot of boys who are getting into marriage today. A lot of children that are getting married. Physically, they are grown. Their age is grown. They are 40 years old. They are 30 years old. But they still take orders from their mother on how they should treat their wives, babies that came into marriage. And that is one of the products of overprotective parenting. That's one of the products of it. So when you don't allow them to take decisions on their own, at least let them take decisions and fail first. Then you can put them right. They learn from that faster and they become better in reasoning, in maturing. So that's an imbalance that we see in parenting. So they usually produce children that are weak, over-dependent, inexperienced, and poor, and have poor self-esteem because they don't ever believe that they can take any good decision. They don't ever believe that they can take any good decision. So another issue we have is the inattentive parents. The inattentive parents. These are like I can liken this group of parents to a gardener. A gardener who doesn't look after or trim the garden, but expects a perfectly shaped garden. That is the inattentive parent. He is not available. He doesn't bother. He doesn't care. He doesn't look at he doesn't care about their academic work. He doesn't care. He doesn't show any concern how their hair looks. Even their physical outlook does not make any sense to him or her. And at the end of the day, you see such children growing wild, untamed, and uncultivated. And that is the truth. So you also see the over caring and the pampering parents. This is what I call the oh yes category parents. The oh yes parents, the over pampering parents. Any little thing is oh yes, any little thing oh yes, any little thing oh yes. They think it is love, but they don't know that they are destroying those children. Over pampering, anything it is oh yes. No discipline, no rebuke, no correction. Such will be a spoiled child. The child never gets no any day. It is always yes, 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 yes. See, there are times your children should get a no from you. There are times they should get a no, and there are times they should get a yes. And that's the truth. Something happened. I told my children, especially my 6-year-old daughter, who will always want to view the screen. She will always want to view the screen. She always wants to be on television. She wants to handle my phone, the Android phone I left for them. She will always want to do this one, want to do that one. So I placed a rule that, okay, anytime when I discovered that it was already becoming an addiction, this is one thing that parents must always find out. Always look into the life of your children to understand and to discover when they are getting addicted, so that you can readily break that addiction before it goes too far. So I discovered that she was addicted to screen. And this girl will always ask me, okay, I then place a rule that anytime you must turn on the TV set or you must make use of the phone, you must make me know. Anytime you must make me know. So she gives me information. She lets me, okay, that I want to on the TV. I say, oh, yes. That I want to do this one. Yes. That I want to do this one. Go ahead. But deliberately, without any reason, but I have a target. She will ask me that I want to on the TV. I'll tell her it's a no this time. It's a no, because it cannot always be a yes. It is a way of curbing certain things. So we also have the reactionary, complex, and rigid parents. The reactionary parents, the touchy parents. These are the people that give back, like bullies. Any little thing, bam. Any little thing, bam. Any little thing, they spank. Anything they spank. They are touchy. They are angry. In fact, they transfer aggression on their children and on their family anytime. We equally have the obsessed with career building parents. The parents who are obsessed with career building. These are the people that place their career as a priority above their home. Their career is a priority above their home. So you see that they value their jobs, they value what they are building, the career they are building, they value it above their children. And as a result, they don't mind, they don't bloody care about the children and all that, about the children. Like I remember one, a GSS2 boy that when I was teaching the junior secondary, a GSS2 boy that he was always looking unkempt, but this boy was brilliant. He was brilliant, but the boy was always looking unkempt. He eats bread in the morning, he eats bread in the afternoon. Late after school closes, he stays back to buy bread to eat. Then I began to find out that what is the problem with this boy. This boy began to develop health crisis. He had eye issue and other things like that. When I couldn't bear the matter again, the full story of this thing is in that book, Effective Parenting. When I couldn't bear the matter again, I had to make the school authority compel the mother to be in school. She refused to come. She was always giving it, I'm busy with my job, and my job will not allow me. I'm busy, because she works at an insurance company. At the end of the day, when the woman came to school, she was really, really spoken to. Honestly, she was spoken to, because this boy had got into a lot of problems. So you have those who are obsessed with career building. A parent should not be too obsessed with career building that he abandons the home, that he abandons the children. So we also have the always defending parents, those who are always defending, parents who are always defending their children. Every day they are defending them. On any matter, they defend them. They never correct their children. They are always defending them. We are also at the free thinker parents, the fun-loving, entertainment, and self-obsessed parents. There are people like that too. And we equally have some others that are loose parents. We have the pessimistic parents and the judgmental parents, and many more. Time would not permit. I just give a summary of them. Now, they need for a balance. Why is there need for a balance? There is a need for a balance, and that will lead me to the last thing. I don't know, sorry, I don't know. Can I continue with this point?
Okay. I think you should just round up. You should just round up
right.
in the next 2-3 minutes so that the other panelists can take care of the questions.
2-3 minutes. Wow. Okay, no problem.
Okay, but
so,
excuse me, sir. You have your documents sent to the secretariat already, so we'll share it to them. So within 5 minutes, if you can just round up, and then we have the panelists 2 minutes to talk about the topic, and then answer the questions, and then we'll go.
Okay. No. All right. Thank you very much, sir. So, all right. Now the balance. I have titled the balance in this acronym. I've wrapped it up in this acronym, RESTRAIN. I have an acronym, RESTRAIN. I like to communicate in acronyms because of the students, because of the children. I have to communicate in acronyms. So R stands for rebuke, reprove, and redirect the child in love. Rebuke, reprove, and redirect the child in love. Most times, parents flog out of wrong or selfish emotions and sentiments, thereby causing damage or injury and devastation on the body and health of the child, even on the personality of the child. We don't do that in anger. You don't flog in anger. You don't flog the children because you're angry. You correct the children because you love the child and you wouldn't want the child to be spoiled. So R stands for rebuke, reprove, redirect the child in love. A correction done in genuine love makes more sense and produces sense in the recipient. A correction done in genuine love makes more sense and produces sense in the recipient. And that's the truth. E stands for educate them in the word of righteousness and faith. Educate them in the word of righteousness and faith. Like I said earlier, you see, when you omit God in the life of a child, definitely you are leading that child in a godless path. When you omit God, when you estrange a child to God, it's very, very difficult. It's a terrible thing to do. So we need to educate them in the word of righteousness. Now, S stands for sit down to understand their psychology, personality, and flow with them in wisdom. Sit down to understand their psychology, their personality, and flow with them in wisdom. I'm just wrapping everything up now. Now, this is where in the book Effective Parenting, I needed to devote a chapter to talking about understanding the personality of your children. There are some of the children that are sanguine. Some of them are choleric. Some of them are phlegmatic. Some of them are melancholic. And some of us, we look at a sanguine child and we want that child to be a phlegmatic. Sometimes you look at a choleric child, you want that child to be a sanguine. And thereby mixing up wanting that child to be a personality that child is not. And we cause a lot of problems to these children because that is why many of them don't even know how to place themselves in life. Who am I? They don't know. Who am I? What am I? What can I do? What do I have ability to do? Because when you understand the personality of a child, it helps you to know the strength of the child, the weaknesses of the child, and how that child can build on his strength and work on his weaknesses to be a good person, to be the best. Permit me to use that word, to bring out the best in the child. So we really need to understand the psychology of our children. Apart from that, letter T stands for train and tame them. To train and tame. A child untamed will run wild and eventually become vicious. A child that you did not tame and train will run wild and become vicious. R stands for relate with them in love. Cordiality and friendliness is a necessity. Cordiality and friendliness is a necessity. If you don't know how to play with your children, then I don't understand. Just like our coach said in the earlier part concerning the cyber age, that if you are not internet savvy, we don't know what to tell you than to tell you to go and learn. If you don't know how to play with your children, I don't know how to tell you than to tell you to go and learn how to play. You must learn how to play with them, interact with them, crack jokes with them, and all those things, laugh with them. There are some parents that their children don't even see their laugh. They've never seen their smiles before. That's very terrible. If your child has not seen you laugh, seen you smile, seen you play, it's very terrible. You are sending the wrong signal to that child. You are sending the wrong signal. So we need to relate with them in love, cordiality, and friendliness. A stands for advise them. Advise them. And this is where you create a room for counseling and discussion. Every parent is a counselor and should be a counselor. So there should be room for that. I stands for intercede for them and inspect them. Intercede for them and inspect them. I won't talk much about this because we have talked about censoring their internet involvement. That is what that place is talking about. Inspect. So intercede for them. Ensure you pray for them regularly and inspect them. Don't let them be addicted to the internet. And N stands for nurse and nurture their minds. Nurse and nurture their mind. A mind that is not properly nursed and nurtured will not mature well. A mind that is not properly nursed and nurtured will not mature well. And with other things to say, but I think that is where I would like to stop. Thank you very much, Mr. Ovie.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was so expository. Please, I would like the various panel members, starting with Mr. David Lawal. Can you just share one or two lights on the topic at hand, a challenge, proper parenting, a challenge, and the way out? Just 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I want to thank Coach Linian for the beautiful work she has done in leading us through this session. The keynote address was very, very powerful and expository. And it was also fun because she used some annotated images that captured the difference between the digital immigrants and the digital natives. And she did a very marvelous job at that. I also want to thank Mr. Sunday Balogu, who gave us a book-length worth lecture on this matter. So I'll just say a few things. Plenary, this particular session is focused on the challenge and the way out of proper parenting. Now, I think one of the biggest challenges that parents face in this age, because of the gap between the digital natives and the digital immigrants, is the fact that the things that are the interest of these digital natives are not the interest, the natural interest of the digital immigrants. So the parents are really digital immigrants. They're just getting to learn these things. But these iGen people, these boys and girls, are already immersed. In fact, they were born into technology. So for that reason, parents don't have a natural inclination towards searching out their interest. But as Coach Linian stressed, we have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. In other words, we can pick up new interests along these children are our primary interest. They are our primary concern. They are the ones who are going to extend our legacy. We want to make sure that we are involved in their lives. And one thing we need to know is this. Whenever there is a serious issue, a child will not open up to you if you have never been vulnerable with that child. And Mr. Sunday Balogo has done a very beautiful job at giving us all of those acronyms that can help us have a wonderful headway in dealing with these challenges that that present proper parenting. So, and just one story, and this will just drive home the point I have to make. Someone once told me about a little boy whose father discovered was obsessed with video gaming. So this little boy was constantly playing his PlayStation. So the father one day got so concerned. He's been concerned for a long time, but one day he sat down with the child and said to the child, "What is it about this video gaming that makes you so excited? Can we do it together? Can we play the game together?" And so the father got down with the boy, and the boy beat the father. And the boy felt like a champion. So the father, after that experience, the boy felt like a champion. The father said, "Okay, yeah, I understand you won me." But the father said to him, "Let me take you somewhere. Do you know that there are game developers?" Now, the father took the boy to a place where he could learn about developing software application for gaming. And later on, the boy's interest switched from just passing away time to being productive as a software engineer who now produces video games. So what the father did was he figured that this is the interest of my child. I really don't have that interest, but my child is wasting away something that can be profitable. So the father redirected the interest of the child. So I saw a question. The question was, I have a student who loves music, who talks consistently about music, talks a lot. I'm a public speaking coach. You can bring them to me. I would show them the power of speaking and not just wasting away the talk and just talking about the latest music and all of that. We can show them the path of broadcasting so they can get on the camera, they can get on the screen, on the silver screen, and talk about music in such a profitable way. So that's just one point I want to strike on. The job has been well done by our keynote speaker and our lead panelists. Thank you for the opportunity.
So much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll dive into the questions. Before we do that, I want us to give a round of applause to Mr. Sunday Balogun and Mr. David Lawal. A round of applause with your emoticons. A round of applause, please. A round of applause. A round of applause, please. Okay, let's see it. Let's see it. We want to see that round of applause. Yeah, we want to see it in the chat box. We want to be sure you are engaging. Okay. Yep. A round of applause. Okay. Quickly. Okay, it's coming from the Facebook quickly. Thank you. Coach Lillian, in 1 minute, before we go to the questions, because we're far behind schedule now, we're just 2 minutes ahead of time, behind time, sorry. In one word, or would I say in 2 sentences? Let me say in 2 sentences. Can you please speak to this topic?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sunday Balogu and Mr. David Lawal. Brilliant. I've learned so much. I want to say that, parents have a very complex role and job. You see, because as they are parenting, they also have their own lives. They also have the challenges of their own lives. And sometimes they have challenges in their marriages, if they're single parents, there's all sorts of things. And what I want to suggest is for every parent, you have to have a support structure for yourself first. You see, you cannot give what you don't have. You cannot give wholeness if you're broken. All right? And sometimes that support structure might not be from your immediate environment. It might not be your husband or someone, but you have to find support structure that can help you heal when you're hurting, give you just some support structure, because then you can vent in a safe place and you don't go and break all the children's head because you quarreled with your husband and all of that. So that's the contribution I want to make from the on behalf of the parents, right? And your support structure can also challenge and encourage you to be better. So don't choose people that are not going anywhere. Choose people who are on a growth curve, right? Don't choose a support structure where you're the happening person, then everybody's afraid to talk to you. Choose upward, people that you look up to, you respect, so they can tell you the truth, right? And they can pull you up. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists. So quickly, we'll go to the questions. We'll go to the Q&A. The questions that have been coming in from Facebook, from Twitter, from WhatsApp. You can watch us on Facebook. We are streaming live on Facebook, and on Twitter. We have notifications from Twitter. We have questions coming in. Also, we have a WhatsApp group. At the end of this conference, it's not just a one-time thing. So it's a long-term strategy to ensuring that we solve these problems that are affecting or bedeviling the relationship between digital immigrants and digital natives. So quickly, let's go to the first question. And Coach Lillian has elected to answer this question. What do you recommend can be done if you coincidentally check a 13, 14-year-old child's phone and find some porn images and videos in her possession, knowing that our parents are God-fearing and respected? How do you tell them about what you saw? And how do you begin talking to the girl or boy? Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, praise God. Well, that's a dicey question. I will ask a few more questions about the person who's asking this question, right? First and foremost, what's your relationship with the child? Okay, I need to know that. All right. And I will tell you straight up, the last thing you want to do is to go talking to the parents first. That's the last thing you want to do. That's not the first thing to do. The first thing is to engage the child, right? That's why I want to know the relationship between you and the child, right? If it's a child that you can engage them not from an accusatory place, right? But seeking to understand. I remember when I was running the school a long time ago. This child I'm talking about is about 23 or 4 now. Yeah, because she's Frances' friend, and she used to do primary school, and then she would come and do after hours at our school. Then we hadn't started the primary school at the daycare center then. And she came to me one day and she said, "Oh, Mrs. A, I want to tell you something." And then she told me how her uncle, the father's brother, was sexually abusing her every time she got home from school, right? Then she hadn't started doing lessons with us. In fact, it was one of the reasons I insisted she started doing lessons with us. And so I asked her a question. I said, "Oh, so what?" I didn't, the way, well, I guess I'm a counselor, but every parent, every guardian, you have to learn to be a counselor, honestly speaking, right? I didn't show the heartbreak that went through my heart and the horror, right? I just did, it was as if it was a normal everyday thing she was telling me. I said, "Hey, okay, so what do you think about it now? How are you finding it?" She said, "Before, the first time it was painful, but now it's okay, Sha. Just I don't think it's right, but it's kind of," and we were having this conversation. Inside me, I was dying inside, right? And then I had to ask her, you can't go blabbing to a child's parents without having a conversation with that child. That child will never, ever trust you again. Never. And it's important that children have confidants, people they can trust, And I asked her, I said, can I talk to your mom? Can we talk to her about it? She said, what does she care? All she knows is her work. There's no point, don't bother. I'm telling you the truth, right? So in this sort of situation, it's a delicate situation. You see, it's so easy for porn material to come into the phone. Very easy. Because I'm checking my mail, it's flashing all over the place. The children are curious. They will follow the link. Do you understand? So it's good to have a conversation. If you feel you're not competent to have that conversation, because I don't know if you're a man or the child is, I think the child is a girl, yeah, you're a girl, and you're not feeling comfortable, right? Perhaps you can find a trusted person that the child knows. That is not the parent. I'm telling you, not the parent. I'm not saying you can't tell the parent, but not now, right? Not now. And you just have to find a way to engage that girl in a conversation. Okay, like this child I was saying that wanted to kill herself. Oh, I don't think I talked about her, right? We had to find a way to set up a meeting, right, for her to agree to talk to someone else. Do you understand? You know, so it's a delicate matter, and I wish I could talk to the person one-on-one myself, because we've dealt with so many of these cases. Some is just the enemy trying. It might even be an introductory offer to lure her into this and all that. We don't know, so we cannot judge by reporting till we know what is going on with the child. Praise God.
Oh, thank you very much, man. Thank you very, very much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like I said, this is not a short-term thing. We just hold the conference and leave. No, we have a holding group which we will convert to discussion forums. At the end of the conference, we'll unveil the plans that we have moving forward from this conference. So I'm sure there will be avenues for you, Ma, to interact with the person and the person interact with you privately, you know, who shared contacts, and then you'll be able to interact. Thank you so much. So let me go to the next question. Mr. David Lawal has elected to answer this. He said, I have a student that talks a lot and can tell you what the latest song is and can sing the song, but lose concentration when teaching. How can I help such child? Over to you, Mr. David.
That was an interesting question. First of all, before answering this question, I need to just quickly get back to Coach Lillian and say that I want to be like her when I grow up, because she is so filled with insight and a lot of wisdom. So to the question now, here's a young lady or a child who loves to talk a lot about music, who can sing the latest songs, but isn't paying much attention in class. I think there is a movie every parent needs to watch. And I am sure that it's a popular movie already, like Stars on Earth. So it's a story about a dyslexic young boy who was learning nothing in school, until a teacher came along and was interested in this little boy and found out what the real issue was and traced the academic history of the boy and found that the boy was dyslexic. And the reason this teacher was able to help this little boy was because the teacher himself was dyslexic, and then showed the child how that people like Steve Jobs, some of the greatest people in the world, were even dyslexic. So, and they succeeded not despite their dyslexia, but because of their dyslexia. So what the teacher did to help that boy was to find out what the boy had as a strength. So built upon that strength, would paint with the boy, and for the sake of the boy, organized a school-wide painting competition that made the boy the star of the day, because figured this was it for the boy. And as soon as the boy was able to gain that stardom, it just peeled into every other aspect of the boy's intelligence. So here's what I would say. Take interest in the music that the person is learning and find out, okay, in what way is this music distracting you? Now, enjoy the music with the person, but if it's a kind of music that will be detrimental, then you need to have a conversation. There is a book titled How to Talk So Kids Will Listen and How to Listen So Kids Will Talk. That's a book that we can give to the community later on. I have the PDF version of that book. It's a beautiful book. It teaches coaches and parents and leaders to have conversations with kids. You know, there are times that will trample upon their emotions and trample upon their interest. And once that happens, there is no headway in the conversation. So it's a tough job. There is no script that we can give you to follow. You have to invest the time. And we'll just say God will help.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Please, let me just chip in something, may I?
Okay, ma'am.
So quickly, when I read that question, I laughed. I just said, set the curriculum to music. Let the child learn by singing and doing the music. You will be amazed at how quickly that child will. The child is bored. The child is bored in the class. That's what's happening there. Yeah. So the teacher should also get creative. I know it's not so easy to be creative when you have 40 pairs of eyes staring at you, multi eyes staring at you, right? But it's the sacrifice and the investment that David just mentioned. It's a sacrifice. It's a call. Do you understand? So, and with EduPoint and people like David and Mr. Sunday, to give support and encouragement to the teachers. Teaching is tough. So sometimes it's a thankless job, and sometimes the teachers are not well formed themselves. So they don't know what to do. They're clueless. So this is why EduPoint is really doing an amazing work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sorry, please, can I lend the voice?
Much. I want to say that we had already scheduled about 4 intermittent breaks, 4 breaks within this conference, but because of this interesting session, we are not going to be taking 3 of those breaks, so we are going to be going straight down. So for the panelists, your schedule may just change a little bit. Just understand that I will prompt you via chat when you come in and how you come in. So quickly, let's go to the next question.
Sorry, do I have permission to leave?
Yes, ma'am.
I can leave, right? Yes,
ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. I have another program. I have to run. David and Sunday, I need to get in touch with you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thank you so much. We'll get in touch with you, Ma, and then we will provide the platform where we can connect together. Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, so let's go to the next
everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
So let's go to the next question.
I don't know if I can make a contribution.
The next. Can that person mute, please? Okay. So the next question: how can fathers relate with kids, especially girls, knowing that they don't stay at home to know children intimately? If it's possible to accept facts from their mother and not feel that the mother is pampering. So the person is asking, is it possible they should just accept facts from their mother and not feel that the mother is pampering? How possible is it to treat or raise such child according to their temperament and other children won't feel bad, rather than a general rule for all? Okay, so let me put this question straight to the panelists. Let me straight it open. Who would like to answer this? Who would like to answer this quickly? Who would like to answer this? Okay, so let me put it. Who would like to?
I would like Mr. Sunday to go on this one, then I would follow.
Okay. So Mr. Sunday, you can go on this one.
All right. Thank you very much. What I would say in this regard is the father needs to understand that he needs closeness with every female child of his. The father needs to understand that first of all. And the father needs to also understand the temperament, the psychology of the child, the personality of the female child. The father needs to understand that as well in order to flow properly with the female child. The father needs to understand that female children have need of love, have need of affection and affirmation. The father needs to understand that. And in the time that he is available to the children, he is supposed to create an open, to be open and make them open to himself. That's what should exist. The father should create a kind of relationship where the children, or the female child especially, will be very free to relate with him, to interact with him. He shouldn't be this ferocious type to the female child. He shouldn't be. He should, permit me to say, play a lover to the female child, to be able to be closer to that child. Because when the father plays a lover to the female child, I tell you that the female child can even confide in the father much more than the mother. And that is the truth. So it depends on the father. It is the man. It depends on him. And also, he needs to understand as well, whatever he reports he gets from his wife, he should treat it not as a kind of, maybe the woman is trying to support the child. No, he should only get those information and keep it to himself, and goes to interact with the child on a plain ground, so as to be able to influence the child positively. Because the moment a child loses confidence in a parent, that parent loses ability to influence the child. The moment a child loses confidence in a parent, that parent loses the ability to influence and impact that particular child. So the father must ensure that he builds that confidence in the child, he builds friendship, he builds relationship, and plays the role of a kind of a lover boy between him and his daughter, in order to enhance a sound relationship between him and the daughter and the girl child. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sure you have a lot of tips in your book. At the end of this session, we'll be able to show you some of the things that the speakers also have for us. So quickly, let's go to the next question. The next question will be answered by Mr. David Lawal. And the next question is, the person is saying, like, seriously, I'm a victim to this, but not in that way. My kids most times doesn't eat fast, and it always makes them late to school. While my neighbor's kids will always first then get prepared, and they will always say bye-bye to them. Yet my kids will still be reluctant to eat and wear their uniforms. I usually say to them, look at you, still playing with your food. Kamsi has finished his school and gone to school, and you people are still here. So how do you react to this, Mr. David Lawal?
Thank you so much. That's a very tough situation, because I can imagine that this parent must have tried everything possible to make sure that the children would also hurry up and make it early to school, because, you know, the lateness of a child speaks volumes about whether the parent is effective or not. So just before I go deeply into that question, I want to quickly say something about the question that Mr. Sunday answered. I want to just add something. It's very important that fathers understand that they are men and their daughters are females. So there are two books that I have on my shelf that I just pulled up while Mr. Sunday was answering that question that I want to recommend for parents. The first is Why Men Don't Listen and Women Can't Read Maps by Alan and Barbara Pease. Now, this book is also, the authors of this book also wrote another book titled Why Women Always Need More Shoes. I can't remember the first part. But the point is this: women are different, ladies are different. So we need to understand the psychological wiring of a female child. So as a father, you might wonder, why do you keep needing more shoes? Like, why do you keep asking for some of these things that I don't count very necessary? And some children have opened up to me in the past that the reason they are not very happy with their father is their father dismisses their needs. So it may look like the mother is supporting the daughter or trying to pamper the daughter because the woman understands that this is a girl child, understands that women always want this kind of thing. So as a man, you have to learn from the woman how that you have to treat women. So that's very important. And I can imagine that this kind of situation might lead to the fact that the husband may now be at loggerheads with the wife because the wife doesn't support the husband. The wife is always defending the child. And you can see that there will be so much stress in the house. But if you can believe in your wife and trust that she would be your coach on ladies' matters, then I think you will be able to effectively deal with your daughter. Now to the question that was asked about the fact that these kids do not go very early to school. Now it's very hard, but I wonder if these parents can actually stop the comparison. I wonder if one day, I figure that this doesn't really happen, right? In African homes, like when you tell a child, can we talk? Like it hardly happens. It's a call. Taju, Wadi, that kind of thing. I'm Yoruba, so I just spoke Yoruba, like, come here. Like it's a scream, come here. And then they stand before you as those who have been convicted by of a very terrible crime. And it's not really you're trying to have a conversation with them. You are judging them. They are standing in court in front of you. In that case, I don't think you can get the best out of that child. You can squeeze that child into a watertight compartment of discipline, but that discipline would only be external and not one that is internal. But if we can create such an environment where we can tell our children, you know what, after school today, can we talk? And then after school, you let them know how that, maybe their teachers have been looking at you with not a very good perspective, like they've been considering you as a parent that is not effective, and you let them know how that you feel about that. You get vulnerable with these kids. I let them know that if they could change their attitude and go earlier to school, this would even make you happier and you would reward them. So you tell them, let's try it tomorrow. Let's see what I will give you. I won't tell you what I will give you, but let's see what I will give you tomorrow. If you could be earlier to school than you were to school the previous day. So don't set them in competition against another child. Set them in competition against themselves and reward the progress, however little that they make. It's going to take a process. It's parenting. It's like leadership. It's like coaching. It's like refining diamond. But in the end, it's worth the effort. That's what
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I will go to the next one. The next one says, how will you identify causes of negative influence on a child, whether from home or school? And I think we also have some other panelists. They're supposed to attend to other panels. But then if you feel that you can answer these questions, you can come in. So in the next 1 minute, the first person to jump on this, how will you identify causes of negative influence on a child, whether from home or school? First person to jump on this, please.
Is anyone speaking?
Okay, so the lead panelist, can you take that so that we move to the next panel? They've left the job for you as leader. Okay, can you respond to that, sir?
To identify causes of negative influence on a child. Now, this is what we need to do. You see, the first thing is that we must engage that child. You are not a spirit as to be able to know. And this is where the power of discernment and interaction comes in. It is as we engage or as we interact, I'll be able to find out. So some of the things we have done, like in secondary school, in the guidance and counseling section, is to engage that particular child, not on the ground of, I want to know why you are doing what you are doing. No. Because if you go attacking, the child goes defending. And once a child is defensive, you will never get anything from that child. So you don't go attacking. You go on a friend-based interaction. And that is why every teacher, every parent, every educator needs humility. You must be humble. To put aside your garment of superiority and condescend to relate with these kids or children to be able to get out things from them. So when you open up an interaction, from that interaction with the ability to discern, you'll be able to know why that child is doing what he or she is doing. Sometimes your level of relationship might go to a point where you will now put it as a question to that child. This thing you are doing, where did you learn it? Or why do you like this kind of thing? And the child opens up to you and begins to tell you why he or she does what he or she is doing. So that is one thing that we need to understand. There must be friendship, there must be humility, there must be interaction, and there must be ability to discern. Because sometimes it is not every question you ask. It's not every question you ask. There are those that you will ask a particular question, they will know that you actually want to pry into their lives, into their privacy. And that's some of them, especially the teenagers, that are very, very sensitive to owning their private information, and they want to keep it secret. So they will know that you want to pry into their privacy. But if you go on a playing ground and you have ability to discern, just open up a conversation, open up a talk, and before you know it, you will discover where the influence is coming and how to detach that child from that influence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. We were supposed to have the next session, which is we're supposed to have the next session, which is parenting in the time of global crisis. And I understand that the facilitator is around the corner. Okay, so I would like us to look at the last question, and then we bring in the facilitator. The last question. Okay, what do you recommend can be done? Okay, I think that has been handled. I think that has been handled. That's been handled. Okay, quickly, I want to thank this panel. I want to thank you so much for I want to thank you so much for coming up in this panel. We would like you to still continue with the other sessions so that the discussions can be very, very enriching. We have planned a demo after this session, but then because we have one of the panelists already on ground, a very, very busy man, Mr. Praise Fowe, I would just like to hear from him, sir. Mr. Praise Fowe, are you there, sir? Are you there, sir? Are you there, sir? Hello, sir.
I can hear you. I am here.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure having you. It's a pleasure. It took us back and forth talking with your PA. She was telling us that Tolani, that you've been having back-to-back sessions. In fact, we never even expected that we would have you here today. So it's a very good privilege, sir. I'm sorry that we have eaten into your time. We actually did not expect that you would come in. So, but I know that you will still be able to work within the remaining 30 minutes of your time. So quickly, I would like to thank the lead panelists of the last panel, and I would like to go straight into the new panel session. It's a special talk actually, and it's going to be handled by Mr. Praise Fowe, parenting in the time of global crisis. We want to hear from you, sir. Thank you so much. I will be talking about him after his session when I'm being able to pop up his profile and share to you. But meanwhile, let's go straight on. Let's hit it on the head. Parenting in the time of global crisis. You have the floor, sir, Mr. Praise Fowe.
Okay. Unfortunately, and I hate to start my sessions this way. I have to be at a meeting by 1:35. My session here was supposed to be for 1 o'clock to 1:30, and I got in here before 1 o'clock. So I have less than 8 minutes, and I don't know what I can do in 8 minutes. So I'll just say a few things, and I will stop at exactly 8 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
I would have really loved to spend time with you guys, but obviously you didn't keep to the time. Now, thank you very much for those of you attending this session. I love to share a lot on parenting, which is an area I've researched in the last 18 years of my life. And I can tell you there's a whole lot to unpack, especially in this age and time that we have a global crisis. But the most important thing I will leave with you, since I can't take my full session, is very simple. The new rule of parenting is scripting. The old rule is emotion. The new rule is scripting. And what is happening across the globe is that every parent or every culture is learning to script a child to be part of an indispensable race that can influence society, whether China, whether Japan, whether Israel, whether US or the Emirati. That is the new rule. Unfortunately, Africa is way behind when it comes to scripting. Africa is still grooming children to become better than their mates. The question is, what is the quality of their mates that they want a child to be better than? And I'll give you an example. When I was a child, I went to a school in Ogun State. In our school, I was the best student, but it was a school where we never spoke English, where we never spoke Yoruba, where we spoke Ijebu. So among the Ijebu students, I was the best student. I was always coming first. But what was the quality of my first in the midst of a bunch of people who spoke Ijebu like me? Now, that's one thing that we are not looking at in this part of the world. That if we don't understand that you can script a child for success, we will keep dancing around the table. So we do something in Africa, especially for those of us who are of the Christian faith. We do child dedication when a child is born. And I ask, where did we get this from? They'll say Bible. And I ask, are you aware that the culture you copied child dedication from? Israel. Israel has a 14-year parenting curriculum that every family knows about. That parenting curriculum terminates at age 14, where they conduct what they call the bat mitzvah. Bat mitzvah is a ceremony where you present your child to the public to say this child has been properly scripted as a Jew, and which means that you know exactly what to expect. If you check the Elon Musk, the Bill Gates, the Mark Zuckerbergs of this world, you will see the script. I mean, these are researches I have done. Now, if you ask all of us here, who taught you about parenting? Most likely you will say your father. Who taught your father? The father. Who taught the father? You will discover that the person who taught you, the person who taught the person who taught you was someone in the year 1102 hunting for squirrel, with a den gun. But the next question will now be, in what culture were you taught? If you were Yoruba, you must have been taught parenting in the Yoruba culture. And if you're Igbo, you must have been taught in the Igbo culture. But the third question, which is most important, is what exactly is a report card of the culture that taught you based on the global scheme of things and the ability to influence the society? Then you'll begin to get our report card. Parenting is an 18-year curriculum. What happens from age 19 is your report card. Now, in scripting a child, you must know how to write the script. Unfortunately, I can't teach you that. I have a class that starts at the end of the month. You might want to attend that class. It's 1 month long, right? Because if you don't script your child, then you would realize that you will impose your will on your child, which is what many of us do. So we punish a child for being a child. We don't know the difference between discipline, domestication, and punishment, because those three words are similar, but they are different. The word discipline is the word disciplina, is a Latin word, which means grooming, which means instructing, which means improving and coaching, and also, of course, this discipleship. Now, within the context of discipline, you don't have yelling, you don't have spanking, you don't have shouting, you don't have many of the things and the drama we do. Now, the other word is domestication, which is the Latin word domesticatus. Domesticatus means to clip wings, to tame. So when you say to your child, I'm going to clip your wing, you can't do this under my roof. Yeah, you are not talking discipline, you're talking domestication. The third word is word punishment, which is the word punire. Punishment means to avenge, to inflict pain. So when you flog and you do many of those things, you are inflicting pain. Now, the question you need to ask is, how does what you do help your child become the best version of himself? So within the scripting concept, there are about 4 or 5 stages that you need to understand. And that's where I will stop. Stage 1, between ages 0 to 3, your job as a parent is to be a scout. At that age, you're supposed to observe, activate your capacity to observe the signal your child is sending, but you must be able to interpret those signals accurately. Many of us can interpret. So if you got into your child's room and you 5-year-old daughter with 2 legs to the wall. How will you interpret that behavior? You would say she has gone to the witches and witches meeting based on how you've been scripted yourself because you have been damaged. Or if a 3-year-old spilled water, you would say the child is destructive, not knowing that spilling of water is age-appropriate behavior. It's not a bad behavior for that age. So your job is to observe, because your child is sending you a signal, but you must be able to pick those signals. Now, from ages 4 to 6, your job is to move from a scout into a model. That's the age where you need to model competence, model hard work, because children learn from what they see you do at that age. If you have pot belly, your child aspires to have pot belly. If you are a father who never lays your bed or mother who never lays your bed, your child begins to observe that. If you're a child, a man who believes that you can't get into the kitchen, your child begins to pick that only girls go to the kitchen. Now, so you need to model whatever values, whatever competence and exposure you want for your child at that age. From ages 7 to 9, you become an instructor. At that age, you need to pump your child's mind with the information that can help your child become the best version of himself based on what you have observed from ages 0 to 3. Now, so which means you need to now create what we call the domestic educational system for your child. Now, I teach people how to create that because the Nigerian educational system cannot produce the child you want who can take on the world. So you need to create a counter program. You need to create your own domestic management system, educational system that can produce. And there are 2 questions you're asking there. To create any educational system, every sound nation or sane nation, we ask 2 questions. Who do we want our citizens to become? Number 2, how do we want them to think? Number 3 will now be, what must we do to create the first 2? Now, which means you now need, based on those answers, now create the solution you want, the curriculum, because you govern human behavior by curriculum, the power of curriculum, and nothing trumps the power of curriculum. That's why Boko Haram uses a curriculum to radicalize children. If evil can be radicalized, then good can be radicalized as well. Now, from ages 10 to 12, you are now supposed to move into friendship. You are a friend to your child because that's the age many parents lose their children to other friends who are going to teach your child what you've never taught them. You need to find a space and rent a space in the mind of your child between ages 10 to 12, thereabout, because at that age, your child, their dance steps, you need to know it, you need to learn many of their slangs, and you need to get into their world such that they can share secrecy with you, and you need to create an ideal environment where they can be open to express their mind without judgment. Now, from ages 13 to 18, you're supposed to be a coach. As a coach, you balance perspective and you help your child create strategy. So your job is to become strategic in helping your child understand. So whatever you see your child do, whether you like it or you don't like it, the first question is, who are you? Because a child that has mastered his identity now is able to live above peer pressure. So your job is to master the coaching methodology to now produce a child that can become the best version of himself, because from age 19, you are a cheerleader and you're a technical advisor. Your child is no longer obliged to listen to you, but if you have done the various milestones properly, your child will listen to you. Remember that you're dealing with Generation Z and Generation Alpha. Generation Z and Alpha are not our generation. They are totally, totally different from us. Now, I would have loved to give you what stands them out and makes them different, but my time is spent, is up, right? But 4 things you need to know about Generation Z and your response. 1, Generation Z and Alpha, their identity is not defined in their quest for truth. So they are very open-minded and love to express individual truth. So your job is to manage perspective through the power of quizzing. So you are supposed to ask the question, what do you think and why? For everything they come up with, don't dwell on the realm of right and wrong. You need to ask them, why do you think like this? What do you think about this? You know, why do you think this way? What do you think? I mean, this will lead you need to get into their mind and take a decision with them. It has to be jointly made. Number 2, they are radically inclusive and connecting to different truths. They understand everyone's style. That's why they don't see anything wrong with LGBT. They don't see anything wrong with Muslim, Christian flocking together. The only thing that binds them together is the internet, right? So, or social media. You need to blood them into an intentional tribal ideology that is built on love, equality, and fairness. But you need to leave room for respect for others. Now, that's something the African race has not been able to do effectively because technically we don't exist yet as documented. Now, what I mean by that is you don't know what to expect when you meet an African. If you meet a Japanese, you know what to expect. If you meet a Jew, you know what to expect. If you meet an Indian, you know what to expect. That's why if you go to Canada, US, you will see the Indian community. You will see the Chinese community. Because every time they leave their country, they are extending the frontiers of their country in another country, and they replicate their country in the country they are now domiciled. Now, Africans are basically running away from their continent because our continent is not desirable, so we're running away. So we can't even collaborate to extend the frontiers of our country or continent wherever we find ourselves. Number 3, fewer confrontations and more dialogue. They seek to understand different truth. So your response must be change must come from dialogue. You can't slap your truth and wish other people's truth away. And finally, realistically pragmatic, looking for the truth behind all things and not giving to stuff that can't be proven. So you need to show clear-cut resolve, because this generation is going to question you. That's why in Nigeria, they call them the Sorosoke generation. They're going to question you. So you can't live with the realm at the realm of your own parents and what they did to say, I did not talk back at my parents, so you can't talk back at me. No, you need to learn to listen to them, and because they were engaged, and you don't have to see it as they are very disrespectful. No, because I mean, if you're a human being, you deserve to be questioned. It's just that the leadership we met on ground is a leader that is not accountable. So we are not used to being questioned, but they will question you, and you need to step down and give human answers to the human questions they are asking. And if you don't know the answer, tell them you get back to them, as against trying to blab, because they'll check you out on Google. And once they find out that you are not correct, then they will struggle to listen to you or respect what you have to say. So I would say that it takes a village to raise a child. It's an adage we know. But you know that adage has changed. In the sense that if you send your child to your village right now to raise your child for you, your child will begin to speak in the language of your village. Your child will begin to behave like the people of your village. In fact, if you're not careful, your child will return with tribal marks, right? So, but what that adage is saying is that you now need to create your own village as a parent, a new village of a people, a tribe, a group of people who wants to collaborate and take on opportunities together. That's why create your village, become the ancestor of your village, and create clans, which means 10 friends can come together and create a new village and say, we're going to raise our children together. The greatest challenge in Africa is that we can't collaborate to do anything together at a global level. And we need to stop that. That's why we now need to create smaller villages that can be global in outlook and that can be very intentional in the systems they create to produce a predictable result. I'll say this to you. You can produce a predictable result when it comes to child scripting, because we always say that an effective parent has been defined as that person, because the word parenting is the word, the person that can bring forth. So we say that the ultimate parent is that skilled scout that is able to spot the identity of the arrow in his quiver and intentionally groom and shoot in the direction of a predetermined target in a way that the arrow consistently solves the problem it was built to solve in service to God and humanity, which means you can actually look at a 1-year-old or a 3-year-old based on the traits and tendencies and signal is sending, if you can pick it accurately, and now guard that child, groom that child, and say, by the time the child is 18, this is who this child is likely going to become, and now create a script that can ensure, including the mentoring script, including the environment that the child needs to live in, you know, to ensure that what you see is delivered at the age of 18. Remember that a child is like a seed. You are like the farmer, or the seed is in your hand. You can do whatever you want to do with it. That's why parenting literacy becomes very key. Aquarium, your child is a shark. The problem is the shark may not outgrow the aquarium unless you break the aquarium or you expand the aquarium and move from aquarium to becoming a sea. When parents move their mentality and their mindset and they become sea-like, then your shark can grow to its maximum level and become a blessing to the world and to God. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to head out to another meeting, and I hope this new point has really been helpful. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a privilege to have you, sir. It's a privilege, it's an honor to have you. Thank you so much. You've given us good nuggets already. I would like to let us know that we will be providing post-conference materials where we are going to put the profile as well as the contact details of all our speakers. Together we are going to even put those mentoring sessions and every other thing that they do that is very, very relevant to the parenting and the educating niche. So quickly, I would like to just show something on the slide, on the screen. Yeah, quickly. Okay, can we see the screen? Quickly, yes. Can we see it? Are we seeing the screen? Can we see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can, yeah.
So you can screenshot it. Mr. Praise Fuowe actually gave a deadline for 9th of May for the purpose of this class, So if you want to be part of it, you can screenshot it and you'll be part of it. We are going to give you much more information as well as together with the information of all our other panelists and our speakers. Thank you so much, Mr. Praise Fuowe. God bless you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. God bless you. We'll be going straight to the next session quickly. If you have any questions, do we have any questions for Mr. Praise Fuowe before we move? Do you have any questions quickly? Admin, can you check? Okay, somebody is saying, I feel blessed. Mr. Praise, I feel blessed. Thank you, thank you. So please, let's just give him a round of applause because somebody is feeling blessed already. Please, somebody should give him a round of applause. Please, let's have the emoticon. Let's see the engagement. A round of applause, the emoticon. Yes, yes, I want to see the emoticon, the engagement from the Facebook, from the YouTube, from the WhatsApp. I want to see it. Yes, a round of applause. Let's see it, let's see it. Let's appreciate him, let's appreciate him. He took time from his busy schedule. Yes, thank you so much. 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 Okay, there is no dull moment with this conference. So we are going straight into a demo session. If you have questions, please. If you have questions, please send them in. Send them in. Like we said, there is a long-term strategy to keep this conversation going. In fact, this is one of the first times I was seeing it from the angle that Mr. Praise Fuowe was talking on. So that's a different angle that most of us don't see it because the Chinese man will come down to Nigeria and behave like a Chinese man. But a Nigerian will leave Nigeria and go abroad and lose his identity. You know, I could remember there was this joke someone was saying the other time. It's actually a real life situation that emanated into a joke. Of course, you know how we do in Nigeria. We pick up real life situations and translate it into jokes, you know, and then the message will just fizzle out. The person actually got water, landed Heathrow, right? And then, yeah, the person was coming back from Heathrow Airport, that's from UK, and then he bought this table water. Now, as Benny bought this canned water, he took it into the, I think he took it into the flight, and then somehow he did not even drop it. He did not drop it in the when he got to the airport, he didn't drop it. But as soon as he landed in Nigeria, what did the person do? The person just flinged it in Murtala Mohammed Airport. So what does that show us? That same person who would be in UK and would not do that, the same person, the same knowledge, the same skill, but then came down to Nigeria and then automatically, you know, everything just changes. So, Mr. Praise Fuowe, if you are still there, can you react to this? Okay, it's no longer there. Okay, it's no longer there. Okay, so quickly we will go straight to our next session, which is the demo. We'll go straight to our next session, which is the demo. So the CTO, is the CTO ready? The CTO for EduPoint, is he ready? Okay, if you're ready, just say hi to us quickly. We just have about 20, 30 minutes for a session. Mr. David, the Chief Technical Officer for EduPoint. Are you there? Okay, before it comes on, let's have the admin pull up the questions that were sent from the Facebook. Let's have the admin pull up the questions that was sent from the Facebook. Okay, Mr. David is here live. Okay, you're here. Mr. David is saying hi. You're welcome, sir, you're welcome. Okay, so quickly, let me let you know that EduPoint is taking the front line in delivering digital skills to learners in Nigeria. At the moment, EduPoint is the eco-digital partner and delivering digital skills such as robotics, coding, and all digital skills that lead to careers that would help youth and young persons in the future of work. So for this session, we want to give you an expose into how our teachers teach robotics to these children. So just a small session. We just want you to just have a feel of what our clients usually enjoy. So over to you, Mr. David, the CTO of EduPoint. Over to you, sir. You can share your screen, sir. Okay, I was told he's having a network connection where he is. Okay, he's having a network connection where he is. Mr. David, okay, before he comes, we still have Mr. David Lawal on. Do we still have Mr. David Lawal? Do we still have Mr. David Lawal on this?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. The other time I was going through your status because you gave me the privilege to share your number, and then I was seeing that you actually run a course which we call the Masterful Speakers, and you had different people from UK, from US, and whatever as part of the coaching crew. So it means that you also would have been able to relate with these people and understand how they think, and then bringing it down to Nigeria. So quickly, I just want you to react to what Mr. Praise Fouwe said in terms of cultural orientation. Can you just throw a word on it while we wait for Mr. David?
Yeah, thank you so much for the privilege to have this session. I think Mr. Praise's session was very explosive. It was so much packed into just one session. Okay, I think Mr. David is getting ready, but here is it. I found that when people don't have your experience, they value you more, particularly if they find you as original as you are, but then with a level of intelligence that measures up to theirs. And even if your level of intelligence doesn't measure up, so long you do not feel lesser in your skin, so long you do not feel like you are less privileged, or you do not have the resources or the categories that can understand the things that they understand, that can interact. In fact, do you know, interestingly, the trainers I bring to my class, sometimes I have to put them through on a number of things. The fact that you're an African doesn't make you intellectually lesser than someone who is not an African. So the world is so connected right now. So you don't have to lose your personal national identity to interact with people out there. If you remain original and they've never seen anything like you, or they see something like you just once in a blue moon, they will treasure you better. The reason you treasure them more is because you see them just once a while. But if they see you once a while and you are in your original shape and form, yet you are manifesting intelligence that is unbreakable, unmatchable, unparalleled, unpassable, they would value you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that reaction. Thank you so much, sir. We very much appreciate that. Is Mr. David still, is he back? Is Mr. David back? Is he back? Okay. Mr. David is not yet back. Okay, so quickly, let's move on. Probably we'll take that some other time. So we'll move on straight to the next panel session. The next panel session is going to be very, very explosive. It's going to be led by Mr. Victor Akaize. and we'll be having Mr. Oscar Ubiora and Mrs. Gift Godfrey as panelists. And this plenary session is basically going to be targeted towards educators. It's targeted towards educators, and it's called Becoming a Quintessential and Highly Sought After Education Professional. Becoming a quintessential and highly sought after education professional. Without much ado, because of the time, I wouldn't be running through so much introductions. Like I said, I'll be packing the profile of the speakers. I'll be putting it together as part of the post-conference material. I don't know if Mr. Victor Akeze is available. Is he there? Mr. Victor Akeze, are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. So, Mr. Victor Akeze, you have the floor, sir.
So I will take over from you here, sir, and you will do the technical work. Okay, so welcome everyone.
You have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir. So
you have the
to
floor, sir.
panel discussions session. I'm Victor Akeze, and I'll be moderating the discussion. So we have the privilege of having amazing professionals here. We have the person of Mrs. Gift Wilfred and Mr. Oscar Obiora. So my panel members here, please, I want you to say something.
Hello.
Okay, do we have Mrs. Gift Godfrey here? Do you have Mrs. Gift Godfrey? Can you just... Okay, Mrs. Gift Godfrey.
I can see her.
Hey, can you just say hi? Say hi. Say hi.
Yes, I can.
Oh, God. Okay.
I can see her. You're welcome. Mr. Obiora, can we see your face, sir?
Hello, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Oscar Obiora. Okay.
All right. So
Can
this
you
is
see me?
going to be... Yes, I can see you, Mr. Oscar. Welcome, sir. Okay, so this session is going to be very discussional and it's going to be engaging. I hope our audience are prepared. You have to prepare your questions because our panel members are very ready to answer your questions. We're looking at a very unique topic, and which is vastly discussed, which has to be becoming a quintessential educational professional. How can you become unique? How can you become different as an educational professional? So this is what we're going to build discussion around, and I'm just going to drive the discussion, and maybe at the end I'm going to chip in some tips. But I'm going to start with my panel members who have a lot of insight and knowledge to share. And I will start with Mrs. Gift Wilfred. So you just have to share with us, share with the audience, what is your perception about this topic? What is your insight? What is your thought concerning how we can become unique? How we can, as an educator, how can we stand out as an educator? I know there are many teachers out there, there are many educational professionals out there, but how can we become quintessential as an educator? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I hope the audio quality is beautiful. Is it okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. So thank you, EduPoint, for orchestrating this beautiful program. It's been amazing. Thank you to the former speakers who spoke before me. I have been enjoying myself. I'm having a swell time. All right, so the question, the topic is becoming a quintessential and highly sought after educational professional. And then when the topic came, I was like, wow, I love this because I love the way it is framed. It says becoming, and we know that is a process, becoming. And we know that, of course, in life, many people, I myself, every one of us, naturally the human nature wants to skip process, wants to skip protocols to get to the top, want to skip some steps on the ladder to get to the top. and most times the fall is usually great. So the question is, how am I becoming in my corner, in my space, in that school community or organization I am privileged to work in? Now, when I was given this topic, I quickly remembered a picture that I had seen over the social media. Is there in the slide I sent in earlier? A picture of a house in a slum and a house owner, how he was able to push a supposedly ugly house, making it so livable, habitable, very beautiful. So you want to become a highly sought after education professional, but then in your little community, you have not been found. You haven't been found, but then you are envisioning to work or to connect with people who work in higher schools. Now the question is, are you building the blocks to becoming this person, to becoming this high in demand educator, whether as a teacher in the classroom or a school leader? What are you doing in your current community? Are you creating positive disruptions in the system? Are you the change agent in that school? Now, I want to put it for that where you are working currently, where you are working now, your school community is a litmus test of your productivity, of your effectiveness, of your skills, and your knowledge. It's a litmus test. You see, if people in your community, in your sphere of influence, are not testifying to the person you are, I don't want to use the word, they are not, the phrase singing praise. They're not singing your praises. If they are not testifying to the quality, your character, the traits you have built in your career trajectory, I am sorry to say that the journey is yet to begin for you. So you want to become a quintessential, high performing, highly sought after education professional. You have to have a vision, right? It's a cliche, it's becoming a buzzword, vision, goals, vision. But the truth is, you may have a vision, envisioned how the next 5 years, next 10 years will be, but your vision must be at peace with your mindset. You see, you cannot carry, you cannot have a loser mindset to do great things. Many years ago, I used to think that maybe some platforms, some opportunities are reserved for select few, for certain kind of people with unusual intelligence or wisdom. But then, if this is the way you are thinking, you need to get your mindset refined. You need to change your mindset. It is beyond thinking, it's beyond, motivational speakers will tell you, tell yourself, I can do it, I can do this. It is beyond that. It is believing that you can ascend, you can, leverage certain platforms. So if you have a vision, is your mindset at peace with your vision? The next thing is mental toughness. You have to be mentally tough, right? Why did I bring that? At a point, I asked myself, am I not digressing? But the truth is, if you are still stuck in your past mistakes or a particular failure, like I said, you need to pick up your ass, dust your buttocks, and do what? Run again. You don't have to remain in the dust. You have to pursue your vision as an educator, as a teacher, of course, a school leader. The next point I have here is be at war with your comfort zone. Be at war with your comfort zone. You see, never has anyone who is great, who became great, made from the place of comfort. You cannot be in love with the comfort to be a high in demand professional. You need to do what? You need to step out. You need to come out to stand out. Don't be in the comfort, even in your current organization. I'll keep mentioning current organization where you are working, your school community, because it's very important. If you're not the best where you are working now, I'm sorry, you cannot get to where you are envisioning to get to. So I tell teachers during trainings that if you work in an organization where your skills, your potential, your knowledge, or whatever word you want to use, is being stretched, you are blessed. You are blessed. Stop crying, because you are that place of work, that community is a refining fire, and you are going to emerge as gold. And then if you are in a school community where something like this is not happening, you have two choices. You either take the exit door, or you become a change agent. If in your journey of becoming a change agent, all your efforts are frustrated, please leave. Please leave. Now, I think I mentioned that you need to be stretched beyond the conventional. All right, there's something about comfort zones. The sweet talker. It's going to tell you that you are doing well. You are a champion, and then make you to bask in your former glory, in expired glory, like I love to call it. And then you are carrying expired trophy. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is running. They are not crawling, they are not walking. And you are basking in past achievement. You are still sleeping in the place of comfort. Please break out. Leave past achievement. Glory to God. Move. Make more giant strides. And then your glory will be announced. So you must also invest in growth. Are you investing in growth? You need to look at the, are there some people you admire? You need to look at their budget for professional development. You see people investing millions in growth. It's not just money, your time, your resources. Invest in growing. Now, if you are a teacher and at this point you claim to love children, you claim to love this noble profession, and you haven't taken that step to acquire a qualification in education. I don't know where that passion is. I think there is a misplacement somewhere. Get a qualification, get a higher qualification if possible. But like I said, in all thy getting, keep evolving, keep growing. What you know today becomes obsolete. You need to grow. Best practices. In fact, I don't like using the word, the phrase best practices, because things, ideas, phenomena, they keep evolving. I call it better practices. So what you know as a better practice or best practice today becomes obsolete tomorrow. So you need to keep growing. You need to keep investing in your growth. And then if you keep investing, that's a mantra I keep using, you become both a fountain and a stream. And you so get a mentor. I don't want to dwell on that. I don't want to talk about mentorship. Everybody's talking about it, but it is beautiful. The experience is phenomenal. Get a mentor, not an ordinary mentor, someone who's, or people whose career trajectory aligns with people who have gone far ahead, people who what you need to hear, not just what you want to hear. because sometimes what you want to hear is not what you need. So pick up stones for your slings. There are skills that are in high demand that will make you highly sought after. Pick up slings. I mean, stones for your slings. What are those skills? I classify them into 3: employability skills, transferable skills, and the third, technical skills. Very important. I mean, many educators are trying when it comes to employability. Remember, I use the word many, not most, because a lot needs to be done in the education industry. Many are doing well with employability skills, with transferable skills, but you see technical skills, especially the use of technology in classrooms, in education. I'm going to talk about technology later. Let's leave that for now. Now, do not be a jack of all trades and a master of none. Rather, be a jack of many trades and then a master of few. Be a jack of many trades, a master of few. You don't want to be a wolf, right? A wolf that will go into the sheepfold and is chasing here and there. At the end, ends up not catching any. That's why I love the lion strategy. I love the way he pursues it. Do not be a wolf. Do not be a jack of all trades. Specialize. Find an area or some areas of specialization where you can build your expertise in. That is very important message for you. And then leverage networking. Leverage networking and collaboration. The question I have for you is, on your social media handles, who are you following and who are those following you? More importantly is, who are those you are following? Are you looking for the best brains? Are you looking for people who are changing narratives in education industry, connecting with them, following them, networking? So who are you following on your handles? And then what are colleagues around the world doing? Check out those people you admire in highbrow schools in Nigeria and internationally. What is happening? If I may ask you, do you know the best education system in the world right now? If you do not, then you have a lot of research to do. You have a lot of catching up to do. So what are colleagues around the world doing? You do not want to be a local champion. You don't. Yes, you want to be locally relevant, but then your competition needs to be global. You need to compete with the international communities. All right, and then join professional bodies in education, either that focus on your content area or those that focus on age level, like ICANN in Nigeria, and then NAEYC and all of that, or the one that focuses on your age interest. Please join a profession. There are a lot of benefits. There are a lot of learning. There are a lot of networking to do. And then I said, be liberal with information. Give information. Listen, there was a last week I went for consultation in one of the schools I consult for, and a teacher, one of the teachers walked to me and she said, Mrs. Godfrey, I'm tired of working here. I said, why? She said that anytime she shares information or idea, someone takes up the idea and goes to the management. And then the person is given credit for such idea. That she's either not going to share ideas and information anymore, or she would take the exit. And I told her that, listen, information, ideas will go stale. What you know today, you know, newspapers, you can read newspapers of the 90s, even yesterday's newspaper. When you take it and you check the date, and you know it's that of yesterday, you will naturally dump it. Ideas and information will go stale. Share, give value, but there's something you must maintain. You will keep to yourself, and you will refine. And that is your unique strategy, your unique mechanism. That is something you are known. Nobody, even if you share, nobody can steal it from you. Something that is authentically making you outstanding. That is you. So keep that for yourself, but please give value anytime you have the opportunity. Do not withhold. That is one way to grow. And then I will want to conclude. Okay, let me hear from the lead.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Gift. In fact, you have said a lot of things that I have been thinking on. Is it, you have to first of all build a blog. Starting from the grassroots. As an educator, you also want to. You're not concerned about traveling out. You're not concerned about doing exploits globally when you have not really established yourself in your environment. When nobody has heard you, when you have not done much exploit in your local environment. So you also said something about investing in yourself. I know a lot of educators who are listening to us, watching us, still have questions around, that they are preparing for you. So I'm going to leave a lot of these, for them to ask their questions during the Q&A session. So you have said a lot of things that is really amazing, stretching yourself, getting necessary skills. But I personally am going to ask you a question, and that question is going to come from me. You talked about, one who is, you have to be jack of all trades. That aspect really, resonates with me because when you talk about people who are multi-talented, I have seen a lot of people who are multi-talented, and maybe as an educator, you are multi-talented. You can do a lot of things. How can you narrow, yourself? And so sometimes it becomes distracting. And that is going to be my personal question. I don't know if there's anybody in the audience who also has that question to ask. So one beautiful thing about, we'll move over to the next panel member because of time. One beautiful thing about panel discussion like this is it gives us the privilege to see the same topic from different perspectives. All right, you want to become a quintessential and highly sought after education professional. Being unique is not from one perspective, it's not from one angle. Like she has spoken about building blog, talking about having grassroots stability, talking about investing in yourself, but someone else can also have their perspective different from what she has said. And that is the beauty of this session. So I would like to call upon Mr. Oscar Obiora. Let's see his perspective in this regard. So you're welcome, sir, Mr. Oscar. So what is your thought, regarding this subject? What can you say to us? Is Mr. Oscar there?
Mr. Oscar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Okay, so what are your thoughts?
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. From
You're
the
welcome,
deepest heart of EduPoint, we want to say thank you for all the speakers that have been here from 11 o'clock till now. So quickly, just to rush into the question, because I know we are running out of time. Becoming a quintessential and highly sought after educational professional, it's really, really a very, very, very big word. Basically for me, I would summarize it as becoming a thought after leader, a thought leader in the educational sector. Someone who is not just a teacher because of it is a profession, but somebody who is a teacher because it is also a passion. I mean, I know the tutors of EduPoint are used to the kind of word we use in terms of saying, turn your passion to be a profession or turn your profession to be a passion, and the rest goes on. To be a sought after educational professional, right? It's just beyond just teaching. One of the key things, or one of the key signs to know that someone is actually a highly sought after educational professional is the fact that he doesn't just see teaching as just a job. And that is what Mrs. Gift has said earlier, becoming the best at what you do wherever you find yourself. And that is what we've been hearing all along, all through the session that we've seen, becoming a better parent. Now we are saying becoming a better tutor. It's beyond just you in the class, it's you seeing yourself as a student. You are a teacher, but at that particular point in time, you're seeing yourself as a teacher in the class. And so there are certain traits, there are certain capabilities and capacities, right, that you would surely see in that kind of teacher. This kind of teacher, they are very, very different from the usual teacher who are just looking for a job. This particular teacher, they sort of put themselves in the shoe of the kids when they are trying to teach those kids. I'll give you an example. You can't tell me that you are a teacher in this post-pandemic, as we would say, and at least you don't understand the use of technology in driving education, in driving learning. You and I know that any teacher who is not up to date in terms of using technology in driving learning, it's a bit backward because things are moving so fast. There are so many platforms, teaching platforms, and I think David will still come up to show you what we do at EduPoint in terms of robotics and coding for schools, and then with public schools and private schools too. But basically, a teacher that wants to be highly sought after, okay, should by now improve in his or her technical capability and capacities. In that regard, you sort of put yourself, in the platform, you expose yourself to more opportunities. You try to open doors for yourself because most people, most organizations, or even most educational institutions, they are now trying to use technology as a driving tool to ensuring quality access to learning. Another point you have to know about becoming a quintessential leader or a quintessential education professional is learning. I mean, the day you stop reading, you start dying, right? So every teacher that wants to always be at his or her best, must continually strive to continue to learn. I mean, learning is very, very important. We cannot overemphasize this. Don't say because you're a teacher, you have a master's degree, or you have an NED, or you have a BEd, that means that you won't learn. And there's this issue about the fact that you've gotten your certificates, the door of learning is closed. No. If you want to be a quintessential leader, if you want to be a teacher or an educational professional that will be highly sought after, then you have to update yourself to the best modern practice in educational training. You have to update yourself with the way things are working now. And I know that, of course, the method that I used, in teaching kids are no longer, not that they are outdated, but they have not become obsoleted, right? So they're not out of the realm of saying, I'm using what is working 20 years ago to drive solutions of what is working now. We are in the 21st century. A lot of things are happening. And one thing you want to make yourself stand out is to be sure that you are constantly improving yourself. And you only improve yourself as regards to learning, unlearning, and relearning. One beautiful point that I would also want to share, again, on how you can become a highly sought after education professional is ensuring that you once in a while try to see how you develop yourself in a leadership capacity. What do I mean? Every teacher is supposed to be a leader, because when you are in the class, right, the children are looking up to you, and then they're asking themselves, is this the kind of teacher I want to model with? Most of the time, this job that we call teacher used to be an underused word. I mean, most people don't want to be a teacher. Why can't we make the people we are teaching imitate us? Why can't our teachers in our classes? Why can't our teachers, why can't our children in our houses and our homes not look at us and say, I think I want to be a teacher? And all of this comes with the fact that It is the way you've been able to, show them or model yourself towards what they can imitate. And if what they see is a teacher that has no improvement, a teacher that has no impact, of course, you and I know that nobody would want to, work in that line. So I think there's a whole lot of work to play in terms of developing yourself, in terms of equipping yourself with the latest technical platform that you might want to open yourself to. We have so many, not really in terms of coding and robotics now, but we have so many platforms that can even aid learning for kids. We've seen teachers now, okay, they have gone just beyond just teaching in classrooms. What they have started to do is to come up with leadership workshops, we want to train the 21st century student. And I think in the course of this event or this conference, we'll be unveiling to you some of the things that we want to do in the course of time, just to let people know that it is not just teaching. It's not just the usual classroom teaching. Right now, looking at the out of classroom teaching. What are those things that we want to do that do not just make people think that we're in school or we're an educator, but we are actually the school or the kind of educators that everybody wants to associate themselves with. And I think when you do some of these things, update yourself, improve yourself, and learn, relearn, learn, and so much more, you would realize that at the end of the day, you would become that tutor, you will become that education professional, you will become that quintessential leader, like people will say, that people or teachers or even students want to imitate. I don't know if I've made some point.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Oscar. In fact, this is an amazing session and an amazing delivery, because this is what I said about this kind of discussion is, individuals have different way they deal with the same subject. What Mr. Oscar has emphasized now is you knowing that education, being an educator, is beyond the classroom. It's not just teaching the students. You should also engage yourself in personal development. You have to be broad. You have to be versatile, because there are many things are changing. The world is evolving, and you have to catch up with the development and the evolution that is happening. Thank you so much, Mr. Oscar, for that. And thank you so much, Mrs. Gift. Questions will be coming, but we are trying to catch up with time.
Thank you.
So before we begin to entertain questions and begin to ask questions, I want to just give some practical tips from my own side. Very practical tips for educators who are here, and some things, if you have not been doing them, that you need to be doing them, or some information that you're not aware that you should be aware of. I want Mr. Oscar, the technical team, to project my slide, please. Just run through it very briefly, and then.
Okay. 1 minute while we do that.
Okay, please, our audience, please prepare your questions. Those questions, like I already have mine for Mrs. Gift.
Okay.
So looking at it, thank you so much. The subject being a quintessential and highly sought after, I'm going to drive my own conversation from a very unique perspective, and that is digital technology for education. Okay, so you as an educator, we know that a lot of things have changed, but what are these technologies that you should familiarize yourself as an educator to become highly sought after? So the second slide, sorry. Looking at education itself is a very critical tool to the development of every nation, right? Both the intellectual, social, as well as the economic transformation of that nation. So educators play a very key role when it comes to the development of every nation. So we so much appreciate every educator who is watching us, wherever you are watching us. We celebrate you because you are part of the primary nation builders around the world. If you're in Nigeria watching us, you are part of those primary nation builder who are building Nigeria. Just imagine the world without educators. So this is a very important subject that we are dealing with. Please, the next slide. All right, so I will talk about digital tools to facilitate learning, and just 4 of them. We see Google Classroom. Things have changed, and we see technology that is coming that we can leverage, as educators to make our class, our classroom. Maybe you are an educator or you have your own school. These are the things you have to encourage, as an educator. You have Google Classroom. Google Classroom is a very, great tool that you can maximize to organize your students, organize your schools. It in fact revolutionized the way teaching, takes place. Quizlet is another tool, virtual reality, and TikTok. Please move on to the next slide. All right, so Google Classroom, it's more of a collaboration-friendly tool. So all you need to do is just to, if you have your Google email, you just have to create one on Google. It's one of their tools there. If you have Google Suite, you can access it there and all the functions. So, but what you just need is just your Google mail address. So you open it and you're able to create a classroom, a virtual classroom. You have your classes, you have where you store your resources, where you create assignments, and where you monitor your students. So it's an amazing platform for you to organize your classes. I'm not going to be talking in depth, about it. It's just for you to be aware that there's something called Google Classroom that you as an educator can maximize. When I talk about educators, it's not just those who are teaching in the classroom, but of course we have Mr. David Lawal here, who is a public speaker, and also have his platform where he coaches people. He's also a teacher, so he can also use Google Classroom to maximize or optimize his teaching. Next slide, please. All right, so Quizlet is another tool, is a platform that has simple tools that students, can maximize. You as an educator, you can easily create flashcards, even games, interactive games, and learning tools for your students. So it's an amazing tool that I want you as an educator to look out and see how you can maximize it for your students. Next slide. Virtual reality. Of course, virtual reality it's not real, it's virtual, all right? So this is, as technology evolves, we're seeing that many things are changing, and it's not like virtual reality is something that we'll hear before, we think is a very big thing that, it's not achievable. With Google, there's what is called Google Cardboard. You can even have your own local fabricated just with carton and some few lenses, plus lenses, and you're able to manufacture your own locally made Google card. So what it does, you just need the device. That is Google Cardboard, and you insert your smartphone, just with your smartphone, and you're able to view the scene in a virtual way. Okay, and so, and also you need an app to use alongside with the Google Cardboard. So there are videos that are captured in a 360 environment. Okay, so this video works with your body movement. It works with your body direction. So if you move to the left or to the right, the video also moves. As you can see, it's also in Facebook. Facebook has this capacity. All right. So that is that for the virtual reality. It's an amazing tool that you can use in your classroom. Apart from those theories that you're teaching your students, they are always thinking. They are not real to them. You can incorporate virtual reality. Just get that Google that cardboard, and your students are able to experience these things. Okay, So it's an amazing tool that you have to look at. For. Let's see the other slide. Okay, so this is just it. You can fabricate yourself. One. You can fabricate one for yourself. It's an amazing tool. Go to the next slide, please. All right. So the next thing is TikTok. I know perhaps a lot of educators here are on TikTok. It's an amazing tool that is mainly predominated by twins and teens. I mean, people who are under the age of 30. All right. So you see where these audience things are changing so fast, and most of your students in classroom, are there. How do you capture these people? If you have your own school, like one of the speakers talked about, the student who was listening to music, so their interests are differing. Their interests are changing, and how can you adapt yourself to make you become an interesting educator? TikTok it's a tool that can help you maximize that. Maybe you have a TikTok account, and you can share your, you can teach on TikTok, and it's still interesting. Okay, you can have the network. Those your students, you can network with them on TikTok. All right, I want you to, as an educator here, I want you to look at TikTok. It's an amazing tool that can help you facilitate your learning, the learning of your students, and can help you also as an educator. Next slide, please. So another aspect I want to talk about is improving communication. So education succeeds through communication. You should be able to learn how to communicate with both your students and guardians. It should not be a one-way process. You are always instructing, you're always teaching your students. Do you get feedback from those students? Do you get feedback from the parents of those students? Okay, so technology has made this possible. You can have a group on WhatsApp. You can create a group on WhatsApp or on Telegram, just for your students, okay, or for the parents of the students, where you can pass information to them, where they can also ask you questions and interact with them. Okay, so it's an amazing tool. You can create that, and it facilitates communication between you and your students, as well as the parents of those students. And the next slide. So that is our keep on going, please. Next slide. So building, the previous one, building visibility, global visibility and network as an educator. The world has become closer than ever before. People can now seamlessly interact and build relationships around the world through technology. So we see that becoming visible these days, and even networking at a global scale is very, very possible today. You don't need to travel down to any other country to gain visibility or to connect with international network, right? So it's now possible for you as an educator. You have to have this mindset. You should have this mindset, not just teach in your classroom. You have to also think globally. How can you are talented, you are very intelligent, how can you maximize this intelligence that you have? How can you connect with other people, even in other countries? All right. So there are technologies that make this possible. One of it is LinkedIn. So if you are an educator here and you don't have a LinkedIn profile, I doubt that there's any educator who does not. But even if you don't, there's like what Mrs. Gift said. It's not too late, to start. You can start from anywhere. I paraphrase what she said, but you can start from anywhere as an educator. Go and open, a LinkedIn profile. Go to the studio, take a very professional headshot, put it there as your profile picture. The LinkedIn is more like your CV, your virtual CV, all right? That your network can look at. Once they connect with you, they go to your profile and view you, right? So you have to set one up and begin to connect with people. You begin to connect with like-minded, your like minds, and begin to reach out to them. And also, please, the next slide. So before I move over to other public pages, your connection with them, you are building relationships with them. You know, not just open, create a LinkedIn profile and just begin to connect with people. Try to connect with these people individually on one-on-one basis. Reach out to them, maybe on their inbox or their private message, send to them, connect with them, know about them. You are building real relationship. Though it's on LinkedIn, but you're building real relationship. And if you're having a program, you can even invite them to your program as an educator, like what Mr. Ovia is doing now, Mr. Newton, what he's doing now. You know, you can reach out to people, and also Mr. David Lawal. Mr. David Lawal can invite anyone, you know, from the US. He's here in Nigeria, but he has this network, amazing network on LinkedIn or other social media platforms. So setting up your public page, this helps you it increases your visibility. Okay, your LinkedIn profile helps you. It also increases that, makes that possible, but you can also supplement it with other public pages. One of it is about me, about.me. This helps you to create a one-page website for yourself where you can put your photograph and also a description about you and some link. If you have a link for maybe your social media handles, you can add your link. So it gives you that possibility for free. Okay. Another one is Disha. You have card, you have one profile, and somebody they work similarly, and some have some added ingredients to it. So they help you build a public page where people can, you know, reach out to you, search about you, and they see you are visible. All right, the next slide, please. Another thing I will suggest is building a personal website. So it's not compulsory. If you set up your LinkedIn profile as an educator, of course, you are boosting your visibility. You already have your LinkedIn profile and you have supplemented it with those public pages. Of course, it's okay for a starter. But if you want to go further, take it further, you can have a personal website, you know, and a domain name, you know, for yourself. Maybe a Newton can have his own domain name like Newton.com, or your name. What is your name? It can be .com or yes, basically. So it helps you to boost your visibility. When anybody types your name, you know, they see you, they see your website, they visit your website, you become global. So it takes a very simple step. You choose and register a domain name, you purchase a hosting plan, and you design a simple website, you set up a description page for yourself in that website, and then you can share your story through your site's website. Next slide, please. Mr. Newton, I'm engaging you much. I'll round up soon. So building your personal brand as an educator, this is very important. Your personal brand is you, what people think about you. Okay, you as an educator, when your name is mentioned, what is that one thing that people will link you or associate you with? That is your personal brand. It allows you to stand out in a field. As an educator, it helps you to display your expertise, your personality, your experiences and passion in certain area. Personal branding is a process that allows you to showcase those things to the world. It is how you manage how people view you, whether it is physically or digitally. Okay, so you take it important. How do people view you as an educator physically? How do they view you digitally? Okay, so I've showed you some of the things that can help you boost your visibility, and also how you can build your personal brand. Go to the next slide. So for instance, if I Google your name, of course, your name will appear. You'll be surprised that a lot of people bear your name. Like the day I Googled my name, I saw that people bear my name. Okay, that is possible. So, but if your name appears eventually, what do people talk about you? Okay, if your name appear, maybe this is something you can do after this event, or you can even, so that you don't get distracted. But just Google your name, write your name on Google and search your name. You know, what will come out about you? Is it a message? Is it something that reflects what you want the world to see? Okay, or is there a way for you to massage your online record to make it more acceptable? Okay, so you become intentional about your brand, sending similar message about yourself, that when people look out for you or on Google or anywhere, they see you consistent in your message, and they can likely link you to something. Next slide, please. So tips to build your personal brand: discover your passion. Of course, as an educator, there are many areas where you can educate. Is it math? Is it English? Anything, public speaking? As an educator, discover what your passion is and begin to teach it. Is it digital skills? Discover what it is, okay, and begin to be consistent in that. You find a perfect platform to showcase yourself. Choose your platform. Is it LinkedIn? Is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? Where are your audience? Choose a platform for yourself. Then you build relationships, like I mentioned about LinkedIn. When you have a LinkedIn account, of course, building real relationship, not like you have 5,000 people following you, but you don't really have any real relationship with your followers. Okay, so you're building genuine relationships. You create content as well. Your passion, what is it? How students should be taught, and all of that. Any of those contents that in the area where you're passionate about, begin to create content. You also evaluate your growth. It's not more of creating content, but you're also evaluating your growth. The next slide, please. Okay, so a perfect case study is that of Henry and Numudu. I don't know if you know him. He's an educator as well, and he discovered his passion, then leveraged digital technology to share his story. You can connect with him on LinkedIn. This man is doing amazing work. You know, he just teaches in a local school, and he tells the story of the students' performances, how the students are doing, and that is just basically what he does. And it's global. You know, they invite him for big events, and he attends them. He is just an educator teaching in a primary school, and he's still going global. So you can connect with him and see the work he does, and also see how you can leverage digital technology, you know, to gain global recognition as well as global visibility. So this is the perspective I come from. The next, I think I have the last slide, Mr. Ovie. All right, thanks for having me. This is my contribution. This is the perspective I came from. And I know a lot of you here have your questions as we begin to round off. So begin to send your questions. We have just 10 minutes, you know, to attend to those questions. Mr. Ovie, please, I want you to create those questions. And let's begin to ask our panel members. Over to you, sir.
Mr. Ovie, I think you are mute. I think you are mute. Hello, Mr. Ovie, I think you are mute. I think you are mute. You are mute, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, I've been speaking all the while. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Some little technical glitch. Okay, so I said thank you so much, Mr. Victor Akeze, and thank you so much, Mrs. Gift. Thank you so much, Mr. Oscar Obiora. I like the fact that Mrs. Gift started with a different angle to the left, and then Mr. Oscar Obiora came in from another angle to the right, and then we had Mr. Victor Akeze as the lead panelist, blending both angles together and centralizing it, providing a hybrid angle. Thank you so much. The educators definitely have a lot of work to do, and they have a role to play because of the fact that they are handling digital natives. I like the practical approach, not just the theory. Mr. Victor Akeze actually, went practically to tell you, open a LinkedIn profile. That's how you connect. Open a LinkedIn profile. That's how you connect. That's how you change. That's how you improve your opportunities. That's how you improve your networks. He went further to talk about opening a simple website, about.me. Interestingly, it is free. A simple one page. So that when you are relating with somebody, just give the person your simple one page that talks about your data, just like Mr. Victor Akeze has rightly said. Then he also talked about the Disha the page, which is also very key. I like the way he played with the Google Classroom and then the virtual reality. I think these are things that interest learners, because these are people that are digital natives. So stop being old school to them. Stop being old school. He talked about TikTok. If you bring out 15 young persons today and ask them the videos they have watched through their phone, you will find out that 13 out of the 15 have watched a video on TikTok. So how do you reach out to these people? Seeing that these people of this age range or this age range that you reach out to are listening or viewing TikTok. So how do you change your approach such that you can deliver your lecture or deliver whatever it is you are delivering via this approach? Thank you so much, Mr. Victor Akeze. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have the Truth Sprout Global Network West African Coordinator. Thank you so much. I don't know if there's going to be any parting words from the admin. Are there any questions? I'm sure we have panelists. We have one of our panelists here, although she's in another group, but she has been here since morning. That's Mrs. Ijeoma Oguntade. Would you mind just saying something? Are you there, Mrs. Ijeoma Oguntade? Are you there? Okay.
Yes, loud. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, would you mind just saying something as regards this topic? Just say something. You've been here since morning.
I was actually happy about hearing everything I heard today, and I learned, like Coach Lillian said, everybody has to relearn, to unlearn, to relearn. I actually had a question, because there's some areas where, let me use the word, digitalization hasn't gotten to. What about children in that area? And I asked, when I was thinking, I said, okay, fine, why are you complaining? Why are you thinking of asking this question? What happens to screen enhancers? It means any educator within that area has to take it upon his or herself to make sure every child is connected, no child is left out. Because COVID-19 has come and it has taught us that, look, it is either we go with digitalization and the new technology as the new norm and become better. So how do we reach out to all those children? We have to think of diverse creative means. That's my only addition.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll be bringing in, for those that are sending your questions, keep sending them. We'll attend to them together because of the time. We want to make sure that we keep to the time. 5 o'clock on the dot, we're out of the conference. But quickly, we'll be bringing in Mr. David, who is going to be doing a robotic demo session. So what's going to happen after Mr. David, we're going to be having the final keynote address. We have 2 keynote addresses, one for parents and the other one for educators. And so we'll be having, immediately after the demo session, the keynote address. So for the panelist or for the speaker who's going to be handling the keynote address, please, it's not going to be 50 minutes as usual. So you're going to have to conscript everything that you'll be doing within 30 minutes so that we can take this demo session alongside. So please try and be working on that while this demo session is taking place. So Mr. David, can I hear from you, Mr. David? Mr. David, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Hi. Okay, you can share your screen. You have the floor, you are the CTO. So I leave everything to you. Share your screen, sir.
All right, then. All right.
In fact, you can show us
Okay,
robots.
so...
You can turn the entire phone to robots. Just share the screen.
Okay, no problem. I'm doing that now.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know. Is my screen visible now? Is my screen visible now?
Yes, we can see it. We can see your screen.
All right. All right. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is David, as Mr. Ovi has rightly introduced. So I'm just here to sort of give a short talk and sort of a demo of what we actually do at EduPoint when we are teaching kids coding and robotics and all of that. I know a lot of parents and a lot of people don't really know what that looks like. So I'm just here to take the mystery out of it. So I give you, we're supposed to sort of bring on the live kits because we have many of those. Bring on the live kits, but there was no way to sort of show the demo with my camera.
Okay, Mr.
For you to see,
David,
right? So
we can't hear you. You're breaking. So you are breaking, Mr. David.
On instructable.
You're breaking, Mr. David.
So this is just a tool that allows us to simulate, how we teach instructors come here to sort of set out the
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Okay. So I think Mr. David is currently somewhere. Currently somewhere where he's just trying to connect with us. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I've been able to rejoin. I don't know if you can hear me now.
Okay. Okay. You can change your network.
Yeah, I already did. So I switched the internet already. Let me continue sharing so that I'll be quick and brief. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll go on. So I don't know where I stopped, so I'll kind of just breeze through the initial part of what I was saying before the network went off. I was kind of saying that ideally, during this demo, we are supposed to sort of bring on sort of a live demo for you to see. But then I tried it out before the Zoom session, and I said that it wouldn't like look well, or a lot of people wouldn't see what I was trying to display. So I decided to switch over to Tinkercad so that it's more visible and it's more real for you to see, right? So here on the screen is sort of like a website where sort of like a website where we go and sort of simulate the views that we teach to children. So I know a lot of parents don't really know exactly how or what really is this robotics thing they're always hearing. They're always hearing this coding and robotics. They don't really know what it is about, or they just have a faint idea, but they don't really know what it looks like, right? So I'm just here to do sort of like a slight demo with the tool our tutors use at EduPoint to teach the kids, right? The tool we use to teach the kids. So we kind of come here to simulate what we do, right? So I just have a short demo because I'm also trying to keep the time. I just have a short demo of what we are trying to do here. So what I have here is something called a temperature sensor. And before I go into it, I want to iterate what we always do and what our teachers do all the time. We always make sure that whatever they are teaching can be applied to the real world. And the reason why we say this is you cannot really teach a kid robotics and coding, and if he doesn't see an application to it in the real world or in the world around him, in his surroundings, if he doesn't see an application to it, he will not build something that is visible, that can be applicable, that is there for them every time, every day. I don't know, Mr. V, can you hear me? Can every other person hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, sir.
Okay.
We can hear you loud and
clear.
clear.
All right, so I'll go on then. Okay. So here we have a temperature sensor. And what is our temperature sensor? It's just to detect or to tell the amount of heat that is in the surrounding, right? And a lot of like real world applications for this, right? I believe all of you are on a phone or on a laptop, a Mac or a PC, right? And each of those electronics, right, they all have temperature sensors inbuilt in them. So this is just like a basic version, a basic build of what is inside your phone, inside your television, in a lot of gas cookers or in a lot of cookers that we use there, right? So this is just like a very small, advanced, small practical build of it. So there are several parts here. So I'll move here so that you see it more clearly. So there are several parts. There's the temperature sensor itself, right? It's just a small temperature sensor. That is actually what detects temperature around it, right? Then we have the LEDs. You see these three things here, they are called LEDs. And the reason why they are here is just to show,
Okay, I think we lost you. We lost you.
Can you still hear me?
Okay, you're back on. You're back on now. Okay. You're back on.
Okay. So sorry about the network issue. I think it kind of just goes on and off. All right. So as I was saying then, I said I was showing the temperature sensor itself, right? This is the actual sensor that is doing the sensing, right? That is detecting whether something is hot or cold. And just for visual purposes, we have the three LEDs here, right? This is three red LEDs just to show like a loading bar of how hot or how cool something is. Then we have the brain of the entire thing. The brain of the entire thing is this, and that's our Arduino Uno board. This is kind of like the CPU of the entire build, and it is very, very configurable. It is very, very, you can use this to build a lot of things. And to be honest, our phones, our laptops are just, can you still hear me? Am I still audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so our phones and laptops, the CPUs and the memory and all of it that are running inside our phones and laptops are just like advanced builds of this. That is what this is, right? So we have that, and then we have our resistors. Why are the resistors there? They're just there to sort of throttle the amount of electricity that is getting to the LED bulbs, right? So you don't want too much electricity going into the LED bulbs, and you don't want, if not, you're going to damage it, it's going to get burnt, right? So it's kind of like a fuse for those who don't really understand what a resistor is, right? And then we have what is wiring them together. We have the jumper wires. So all these red, black, green wires, yellow wires, they are jumper wires. That's what is connecting the entire thing together. And if you look here, you will see like a sort of life-size demo version of this, right? Okay, so you see a life-size demo version of this right here. So let me show you, kind of simulate how this is done already, because we just have a simulated version of it, right? So before I go on, I want to confirm again if I'm still audible.
Can hear you.
And you can still see me.
Can hear you.
All right, so this is sort of like the simulation of this. I want to put this in full screen mode. Sorry. Okay, so I've started the simulation now. And what you can see here, you can see our temperature sensor, right? You can see our temperature sensor here, right? And you can see the LEDs here also wired up. On this simulator, I can disconnect and reconnect anything that is here for the kids, for you guys to see. But I'm trying to save time, so I'm not going to be dismantling the build and doing it from scratch. I'm just going to be showing you exactly how this works. So what is going to happen? I have made this build, right? I have made this build, but this build is not going to work without the code that runs at the background, right? So if I switch my tab here, you will see that I have blocks, and I can actually switch. We usually use blocks so that the kids can actually see and understand. They can understand easier because it's visual, right? But then apart from this block, there's also the code itself that runs on the background, right? The code itself, the ones and zeros and all of those things that run at the background. So these are the blocks actually that we set up. This is the code we actually write and upload to our Arduino. So if I turn off this code tab, after I'm done building, if you look here, you see that I have sort of like a USB connector here, right? And I just connect that to my computer. Once I connect that to my computer detects it, and then I can upload whatever code I have written onto the Arduino board. So the kids can then see exactly, the kids can then run this code. So this Arduino board would then run the code. So it's just like a processor that is going to run the code. And in that code, we can tell the Arduino board and say that, okay, what do you have attached to? You have a temperature sensor, right? You have a temperature sensor here. You have your 3 LEDs here. You have your resistors, and then you have the cable that connects you to the computer, right? So let me kind of just simulate now. And if I do this, let me zoom in on the board itself so that it's very visible. Okay, so I'm going to click on the temperature sensor, and this is just for you to simulate. If I had the real one, I would take a lighter to it, and then I'll take a lighter to it to show how hot, to kind of simulate heat. I'll put a lighter on this, right? And that thing will detect how hot or how cold something is. So if I take this slider here and I toggle this all the way, you can see that the LEDs here, you can see that they light up, right? If I toggle this all the way down, you can see that the LEDs go off. If I toggle it all the way to the middle, right, you can see that maybe just 2 LEDs light up. Let me take this back. You can see that just 1 LED lights up. And depending on the amount of heat, not just the 3 of them lighting up, the intensity as well. The intensity as well also determines how bright. The intensity of the heat also determines how bright this LED shines. So obviously this is not a real LED, so you cannot really detect the intensity, right? But with the code we have written, we've said that depending on how high or how hot something is, we want you to make the LEDs shine brighter. If it is very low, maybe we have like, 10 degrees is very cold. Let's say room temperature. Room temperature is around, room temperature is sort of close to our body temperature already, right? So that's around 36 and let's say less than 40 degrees, right? That's room temperature. So this will not shine, or it wouldn't work at room temperature because of the way I've set it up in the code, right? I've set it up such that it will only detect, right, small amounts of heat. And this is very small. It will only detect small amounts of heat. There's a baseline, right, to detect small amounts of heat. And I'm not about to teach our parents coding here. If you want us to teach coding, then you can definitely hire an EduPoint tutor, but I'm not going to sort of teach you the coding part of it. It's going to take a long time, obviously, right? But we can sort of set a baseline and say that, okay, this is where you should start detecting from. Also, this is not really a high precision heat sensor. This is not a high precision heat sensor. So it cannot detect above a certain range, and it cannot detect below a certain range, right? So that's what we have here. So once this is wired up and the code is properly written, and this is just like very basic code, we kind of made it basic to make it sort of we've made it basic so that it's not too difficult to explain, right? So that's why it's very basic. We could also add a lot of attachments. We could add a buzzer, something called a piezo buzzer, such that when we increase the heat, it's going to make a loud, high-pitched sound, rather than just turning on only the LEDs. It's going to make a very loud, high-pitched sound. When we reduce the heat, it's going to make a low-pitched sound. So increasing the heat and decreasing the heat will now we'll be able to, we can sort of use that to do a fire alarm, right? This is the module 2. Something like this also exists in fire alarms, right? So you can wire it up and set up a fire alarm. I know I've worked with one of our students, and we actually built a fire alarm, right? So although it wasn't, I don't know how he set it up. He said he was going to leave it up, but obviously we needed to build other things, so he had to take it apart. But with this small thing, we've already set up a fire alarm, and the kids will actually be very excited, and they are actually ecstatic when whatever they build, they can see it in use. They can see it in real life. They can see it in action. They can point to it and say, I built this. Okay, I'm not sure. I think my network is bad. I don't know.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, can you still see my screen? Can you still see my screen?
I can hear you very well.
Okay,
I can see your screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
We
Yes,
can
see your screen.
Okay, all right. So they're kind of very ecstatic and excited when they can see what they build in real life, real time, in action. They can point to it and say, oh, I made a fire alarm at home, or oh, I made a motion sensor. We've also worked on a project that senses motion too. So I made a motion sensor, and they can also see the technology that actually goes into most of the things they see around them. So when we teach kids, we tell them that, okay, so can you look around you? Can you tell me something that most likely uses a temperature sensor? And then they begin to list, they say the cooker, they say maybe the refrigerator, they say the laptop, and we tell them which one is wrong and which one is correct, right? And then they begin to really understand how this world around them works, right? So I'm going to stop the demo here, and I'm going to explain to you what the future of work is going to look like. And I believe a lot of parents are actually wondering, they've actually been seeing it. You would have to be blind not to really understand or see or know exactly what is going on in the world, right? And as you can see, right, you can see that the world is digitizing at an exponential rate, right? And when I say digitizing, I mean a lot of things that we do, a lot of manual things, a lot of repetitive tasks that we do are being automated. So a lot of manual and repetitive things that we already do are being very, very automated. If you look at an industry like farming, right? If you look at an industry like if you look at an industry like medicine, if you look at an industry like banking, if you look at an industry like what's other industry? Basically, every industry that you can think of is being automated by some sort of computer. And I'm going to paint to you how real that is, right? Recently, a team of us, right? A team of us at a place or with some people I knew, we worked on a solution, right? For a bank, right? For a bank. And what does that solution do? That solution does just one job. It does just one job. It takes away, it reduces the amount of bankers in a banking hall. That is the simple truth. It is taking away the repetitive task that a lot of bankers are getting paid for today. It is taking away those jobs, right? And it is replacing it with something much, much more efficient. And this is not something of hearsay. This is something I worked on personally. I was part of the team that wrote the code that is powering that solution, right? So even as parents, even as much as we want to run away from the reality of work that we are going to be facing tomorrow, we cannot really run far.
So
right?
thank you so much, guys. See you all. God bless you. Blessing. If I can't see, I'm seeing Facebook user.
Mr. David Lawal, your phone is on mute. Please, can you mute your phone?
Just being easy.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. So as I was saying, right? I'm saying you would have to, even though you want to fight it, even though you want to run away from it, you cannot really run that far. And I know that a country like Nigeria, right? A country like Nigeria is making it seem like the progression or the digitization that is actually going on around the world is making it look like it is slow. But I can assure you that it is not. It is actually much, much faster than you can see, right? Outside the country, outside Nigeria, there are a lot of solutions that are being built that are reducing the amount of people that go to work, right? And the COVID-19 pandemic is a stellar example of exactly what I am explaining. The COVID-19 pandemic is just showing you or telling you exactly how much of automation is going on. Who would have believed that there will be a time where bankers didn't go to work, right? You know, a lot of times bankers will come on Sundays, they will come on Saturdays, they will come on public holidays. They are the ones that close the latest during public holidays. Even when there is a crisis in the nation, bankers are usually mandated to come to the office, right? Who would have thought that there will be a time that bankers would work remotely? It is unheard of, isn't it? I know that a lot of banks close a lot of their branches, right? Right? A lot of banks close their branches to people, to outsiders coming in. And you would have thought that, oh, this is actually unheard of, right? It is impossible, right, to close banks. We wouldn't have thought of it, but it is happening today. It is very visible and very real in front of us. At the moment we have our children or we remove, we deny kids the opportunity to partake in this digitized future. You will see that you will have kids that cannot compete. Already, an average adult in Nigeria cannot leave this country and begin to compete on a global level. You have to go abroad and start getting PhDs. You have to have a master's degree, a PhD degree. You have to have something that really sets you apart out there for you to be able to go abroad and work and compete in their labor market, right? An average child abroad will outsmart any Nigerian child when it comes to technology, right? But a Nigerian child will dwarf any abroad child when it comes to cramming and solving mathematics, which is going to be very, very redundant in the coming years, right? In the coming years, there is nobody who is going to be calculating, nobody's going to be calculating math, nobody's going to be, a lot of things that we do here that we see as normal are already becoming obsolete outside this country. And the sooner parents begin to realize that, the more they can better prepare their kids for this incoming digitization. I read a research paper recently. From a website called Researcher, and they were talking about how jobs are going to be replaced. Now, anytime people talk about jobs being replaced, anytime people talk about automation coming, people are always scared that, oh my God, I'm going to lose my job. Oh my God, there is not going to be work to do. Well, that is not true, right? Even amidst every gloom or every dark gloom of change, there's actually a sliver of light of hope, right? Even as people say, oh, there is not going to be jobs today, there's not going to be jobs, oh, there's not going to be bankers and doing that, but that's not true. The jobs that are going to be happening, that people are going to be doing 20 years from now, have not even been conceived yet. They've not been thought of. We don't know them, right? But we do know for a certain, right, that 50 to 70% of the jobs people do now, repetitive jobs, are going to be replaced. the medical field is going to revolutionize. We already know that there are already century surgeons, right? When I mean century surgeons, I mean robotic surgeons that kind of aid a surgeon, right? A life surgeon in their surgery. Those are century surgeons. They're already disrupting that. During the time where there were no century surgeons, there was always a nurse and somebody to help. But a century surgeon is telling you how far the heart rate of the patient, is telling you the state of the patient. It is so precise and so down to the millimeter that the doctor is alerted before anything can even happen, or before anything can be thought of before the thought of anything happening can even happen, right? Those century surgeons are already there, and that is medicine. Medicine is a field where you have to be highly skilled to perform, right? There's agriculture. We now have automated farms that don't need a farmer to be there. We now have virtual teaching, virtual classes. We now have AI as teachers. There is a project that was released by Epic Games. I don't know Epic Games. Most of us might not know Epic Games, but they are the ones that make games that our kids play, right? If you know a game called Fortnite is a very popular game, or PUBG. Epic Games is actually the company behind that game. They are the ones that made it. And they made something called the Meta-Human Project, right? It's a project where you create a meta-human, a digital human. You create a digital representation of yourself. And you can send that digital representation to somewhere, to a meeting in the digital space. In other words, you could go to attend a digital class with your digital being, right? That is the Meta-Human Project. And the Meta-Human Project is a fantastic project. You can Google it if you are close to a computer or a phone. And you can actually create a human down to the millimeter of your face, right? You can actually count the amount of beards and set it up to really look like you, a digital representation of yourself, right? So digitization is going to come, whether we like it or not. Even for a country as slow as Nigeria, digitization will eventually take its course and it will take its place. It is our job as educators and as parents to make sure that your kids are not lagging behind, to make sure that your kids are not behind the times, to make sure that your kids are actually up to date with the recent times. 20 years from now, coding is going to be a basic requirement for any job. There was a time where you have to be able to write or to be able to use typewriters to be able to get any job, right? You have to be able to use a typewriter or something. Now it is Microsoft Office. They'll say at least minimum you should be able to use Microsoft Office. You should be able to send an email. And when I'm saying this time is not so far. This is like 50 years apart. 50 years is not far. A lot of us here are not even up to 50 years, right? The advancements of the computer age, where we got to here, where we got to when was the first iPhone released? I cannot remember exactly, but I know that it is not up to 15 years, I am sure. And from the first iPhone to the current iPhone, everybody can see the magnificence and the difference in technology, right? So from that point, all they say that 10, 20 years from now, coding is going to be a basic requirement. I am not saying it's like, it's going to be, okay, so after like 100 years, everybody must know how to code. No, this is 10 years from now, 15 years from now. And the sooner we can get our kids to be able to learn and to be able to pick up coding and to be able to understand and to be able to code, the better for them, the better chances have, right? So I'm going to end my session here, right? Because it wasn't supposed to be a long session. So I'm going to end my session here. If you have questions, definitely you can ask me. But just like I said, I encourage encourage parents as much as you can, get your child a coding or a robotics tutor. It is super, super important and vital. Thank you very, very much for having me. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You gave us a whole lot of information, I think one of the things that caught me was when you said that in a very few years from now, it's not going to be whether you can make use of Microsoft Office, but whether you can make use of Scratch. Wow, wow, wow. That's very, 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 very spooky. And that is very true. That is very true. That's very true. Because the advancement of technology, it's moving so fast. It's moving so fast that sometimes I wonder, can we be able to catch up? And then when you said something about the average Nigerian or African child being used to cramming and the rest, that is the essence of this conference. The essence of this conference is to bring parents and bring educators. We expect that principals are here. We expect that government functionaries are here. We expect that students are here also. We also expect that coaches are here so that when it comes to generating appropriate documents that would drive policy, this conference will be one of the documents that actually was at the frontier to ensure that policy is appropriated, to ensure that technology is put at the forefront. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing it live to us. It was when you started with the circuit, and I knew that a lot of people, they just want to maybe sleep. It may have been boring for them, but by the time you came up and started talking about the future of work, myself, I had to get up again. The future of work, because I want to be relevant in the future. I don't know if you want to be relevant, but myself, I want to be extremely, extremely relevant. So thank you so much. We are so very grateful. If there are any questions, we would like to take them now. I don't know if
Mr. Ove.
Sir.
Sorry,
sir.
Yeah, I would love to chip in something here before the technical session is very rounded up. So I really want to thank David. David is actually our CTO for all our businesses. EduPoint is just one of them. David had the infrastructure, the technical infrastructure of our businesses. And he has just taken us through a simple journey on why your kids, if you are a parent or if you are also an educator, needs to learn, you need to expose your kids to these 21st century soft skills. We also want to appreciate the wonderful work that the Lagos State government is doing. I know that they are not here, so it's not as maybe you are trying to blow that trumpet, but I know we have one of our partners, which is Lofton Inc. I think she's currently on this call, but she's not in the panel session, and she has been following. So one thing that Lagos State is doing during this period right now is that Lagos State government has also seen the importance of the digital skill initiative, right? They have seen the reason why children at very early age needs to, get this digital skill. And that was why Lagos State designed, through the Office of the Special Advisor to the Governor on Education, designed a program called Eco Digital. We are not paid to do this, so I don't want anybody to feel that we are doing advertisement, but we just want to, it's very good that you sound the good things that are happening, because in Nigeria today, there are so many things that are negative that are happening that are more louder than the things that are really, really working. And so I want to use this medium to appreciate the Lagos State government through the Office of the Special Advisor, together with the partnership with Lofton Inc., for giving EduPoint that platform to also become a delivery partner for their Eco Digital project. We would have loved to show you pictures, which we will do before the end of the program, about the things we're doing with Lagos State. Lagos State is taking intentional steps. They understand that children need to learn, this digital skill. Like David has rightly said, in the next 10, 15 years, the jobs that are available will be highly competed for. And it's going to be about skill, not even connection will even help this time around. It's going to be about skill sets. If your children does not have those skill sets, trust me, they are going to work for those people, right? So we want a situation whereby your children will learn these skills to make them become not just job, creators, but also become obviously employable by this job that is being created almost every day. The future of work is here already. I mean, look at what happened to the pandemic. Quickly, quickened the whole situation about people working from home. those days, people don't believe that you can work from home. People believe that you have to go to the office as early as 5 o'clock, come back by 9 o'clock. But with the way pandemic struck, without nobody preparing it for, you can see what has just happened. The future of banking is changing. David discussed with you about a project that they did with the bank. You know, I'm aware of that project. There's so many people we're even working on that most of them involves technology. So we want to use this medium to thank Lagos State Government and Lofton Inc. for setting that pace, at least in terms of, you know, involving public schools. Now, what excites us more is the fact that they are not just involving private schools. Those days, you know, private schools, not even any other private schools, expensive private schools, because we also teach in these private schools. They are the ones that are giving these children this edge, you know, because of, you know, they can afford these services. But what the governor has done basically is to actually make these particular skill sets affordable. So these public school children, they don't pay any dime. The government has paid for them. And the government is using the likes of Lofton Inc. to drive this project. And then Lofton Inc. also involved us in the project as a delivering partner. I will have showed you even the computers that were donated by government to this school. So there are so many things that the government is doing. There's still much more for them to do. So I just wanted to just chip this in because it is very, very important that all of us are all carried, we're all carried along in this project. And when we see the good things that the government is doing, it's good that we try to laudate or praise some of those good works. You know, we know that the government has a lot to do, but permit me to use this medium to appreciate the wonderful works of the governor of Lagos State through the special advisor to the governor of education and Lofton Inc. for setting that pace in ensuring that digital skills are affordable and accessible by public school children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Interestingly, your session is up next. Like I said, you are taking this bumper to bumper. We're just going to be having just one break, and that's going to be after your session. So quickly, your session was supposed to deal on educators and the pandemic shift, and it's supposed to be a keynote address. But then I want to know if Sir Innocent Ohiri is available. If he's available, I want to just do a little bit of a modification, you know, put him into the mix, and both of you discuss the keynote address together. Mr. Sir Innocent Ohiri, are you there? Sir Innocent Ohiri. Sir Innocent Ohiri is an educational consultant with over 15 years experience. He has worked with the high and low in Lagos State. Sir Innocent Ohiri, are you there? Okay, admin, can you please chat up Sir Innocent Ohiri? Let's see if you can come on the keynote address. So, Oscar Obiora, thank you so much. Mr. David, thank you so much, the CTO, for giving us an expository talk as to the future of work and why it is pertinent that we must be able to embrace technology now. You know, the thing is now, not later, but now. So quickly, sir, I would like you to just in a few words, since it's your session, it's your time. Your time is actually between 3 and 3:50, but we wouldn't want you to take up to 3:50. We want to have a break between 3:40 to 3:50 so that we can relax, and then we take the last session. So would you just kindly just roll into the educators and the pandemic sheet? Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Ovi, my session, right? Okay,
yes, sir.
Thank you. So I don't know if I'm allowed to share my screen.
You can share your screen. Share your screen, sir.
Very, very brief. I'll also share the slides to people if you want to do that in the program. First of all, I really want to commend the good work of David. David is a fantastic co-founder and CTO. I know he doesn't like people ringing his praises. He's a very humble fellow. I really want to appreciate him for how he has managed the businesses with us for over the course of 3 years plus. And his consistency is well appreciated. David, thank you for taking us through that session. And your session begins my session because I want to look at the role of education technology and the impact of the pandemic. You know, when you say pandemic shift, the pandemic did so much. A lot of people think it did so much problem, you know, but I'm here to say that where people see problem, you know, EduPoint is known to see solutions, long-lasting solutions. So I want us to be very optimistic. We know the pandemic was not planned for. We know it came with its own challenges, especially when you don't plan for something. And that is why it is important for for countries to have blueprints. You know, when you have blueprints and you are struck by the unprecedented moment of life, the good thing is that because you have a blueprint and you have a solid plan, what happens is that it helps you to sort of course or move the course of the ship in a better direction. We cannot overemphasize the dilapidated state of the educational system in the country. We know some state governments are doing well, while some for them, it's just a normal thing, come in 4 years, go out 4 years. But you know, we are here in the pandemic. We are seeing the outcome of the pandemic. And I love the fact that when the pandemic struck, a lot of schools, not just schools, like I've mentioned earlier again, even the state government, Lagos state government, took up that initiative to come up with a better change, to come up with a better system to ensure that learning continues. So there used to be a statement we say in EduPoint then, school is closed, yes, during pandemic, but learning must continue, you know. And, you know, in my course of class, in my course of discussion, you get to see how pandemic struck, especially our Nigerian system, our Nigerian educational system, but certain things that came out or certain innovations, I don't use the word invention because invention means something that you create, but innovation means something that has been created, but it has been improved upon. So something that was innovated to ensure that learning becomes better. Now, me and you know that, you and I know that the COVID-19 poses a lot of challenges to us. In fact, without the COVID-19, all of us would have been in a hall by now. Some of you who are in Abuja, maybe if you are going to be a panel speaker, we'll have flown you to Lagos to come and speak for us. And some of you are in Port Harcourt or any part of the city, or even we have people live streaming all the way from Manchester too, who are clients. So maybe some of you people too might have tried a way to come to the country. But what the pandemic did was to brought about innovation in the educational space. And then you've seen where learning has transitioned from the usual in-person to now virtual. And that's one thing that we're experiencing, the benefit of the pandemic. Yeah, we know the pandemic sort of allow people to lose their job, allow people to sort of be out of business, or one or two things that happen to people. But again, we should not downplay the fact that the pandemic sort of brought a radical shift and mindset in the way people work. And David has led a very fantastic discussion. You know, he has explained how people have drastically reduced going to banking halls. You know, those days, you want to deposit money in the bank, you have to go as early as possible to queue and then to pay in. But now, with your phone, you can do transaction on the go, conveniency, comfortability, and reliability. You know, but again, when you look at basically the pandemic statistics in Nigeria, you will notice that cases has increased and has decreased over the time, right? As of today, we are having a total case of 165,000 people, you know, and then people are still recovering from these cases. We've had death of about 2,000 plus, but we hope that with the current vaccine into the country, the death will be reduced and the recovery case will also go high. But let us not downplay the fact that the pandemic helped in the radical shift in the educational space. Like I said, I'm going to also use the Lagos state government as a case study. But before I do that, I'm going to use EduPoint particularly as a case study. So before last year, when you go to normal primary and secondary school and say, you want to do coding for their students, you want to teach them soft skills, digital skills, the owners of schools will tell you, I don't think our children should learn anything extra than learning MS Word. Like David has said, Microsoft Office, you know, once you know how to copy and paste, use Microsoft Word, use PowerPoint, people believe that you are ICT compliant, you know. But right now, the future of work, because of automation, because of aggregation, because of big data, because of IoT, because of Internet of Things, because of the innovations that are radically sprouting every day from different sectors of the world, there is need for at least a millennia now to know how to at least code, if not code, but be able to interpret codes. And this is not just because we want to make money from coding. This is just because we don't want to be caught unaware in 10 years' time why your son couldn't get a job because he cannot actually write a line of code. And don't forget again, not just only getting a job, your son can also become a job creator. Your daughter can also become a job creator. When you know some of these soft skills, you don't depend fully on employment. You can even create more employment. I cannot overemphasize how much more employment has technology brought to the country. In fact, there are certain people that are working all the way from Nigeria, but they're working for Swedish and Japanese and German firms, all the way from Nigeria here, because they have got the soft skills. And Nigeria is blessed with these abundant human resources, but we must get that talent. And how do we get that talent? That is where the issue of learning comes in. The issue of trying to imbibe this into the curriculum comes in. And then after a while, we saw these private schools rushing us and telling us, oh, wow, pandemic has struck, learning has stopped. We want you guys to come and take us classes on coding, how to do online classes, how to do, and then it became a very important issue that schools started adding coding and robotics into the curriculum. It became a very important issue. So what am I saying in essence is that we are not misleading the public when we say in the next 10 years, the future of work will be technology. We are trying to make that alarm, trying to sound that alarm bell, trying to prepare our mind. How do we prepare our mind? You all have seen what the Lagos State government have done. Again, I don't work with the Lagos State government. I'm only a deployment partner, but I can tell you that Lagos State happens to be one of the first states that actually went into e-learning in terms of public schools. On Thursday, I was listening to the Commissioner for Education, the woman in charge, and she was talking about the initiative Lagos State has taken to ensure that children are not suffering from the pandemic shift in terms of learning with their counterpart that are also in private schools. And what the Lagos State did, they started with the primitive technology, which is radio and television. That didn't work too well because, of course, not everybody could afford light constantly. Not everybody could afford to listen to radio constantly. Now, what Lagos State did that they went extra to now start doing digital classroom, where you have notes. They partner with some technical companies, supplies children tabs, mobile tabs and phone. Now, where we come in, in that educational shift for Lagos State was when the government started doing what we call eco-digital, and one of the primary goals for eco-digital was that the government realized that the future of work is technology, right? And they are trying to see how they can catch these children from young. And to catch them from young, you need to solidify the principles of or the basics of this coding and robotics in them, right from early ages. And what we've seen over the years, over the weeks, is that we've seen a very high interest of these students, wanting to learn this thing. These things that they have been disenfranchised of because they don't have good lab system, they don't have good computer lab system, they don't have good facilities. But right now, certain things have been put in place to ensure that these children or these kids are able to learn. And one of those things is that the implementing partner design in such a way that you can learn from home, right? So you don't need a big computer or a big lab or a big computer laboratory in your classroom to be able to drive this learning. You can actually learn from home. All you need to do is to sign up to the platform, you get an automatic code, and then you start taking step-by-step lessons on how to actually start your career in coding. The beautiful thing about this again is that if organizations that are seeking to employ you are emphasizing so much on certificates, not the skill, the platform that is being built even has a place where after you complete the course and you pass successfully, you'll be issued a certificate immediately. All of this initiative is what makes the state works, right? Now let's come to EduPoint ourselves. We started our EduPoint Tech Fellowship. Our EduPoint Tech Fellowship became one of our, our offshoots of our technical initiative at EduPoint. And we felt that if we said we are actually delivering a world-class education in technology, we must start first by training our teachers. And then we opened a 3-month program where we are training young people who are out of university looking for a job, or basically who are out of school, who have at least the basic of how to code, but have no opportunity. Don't forget again, the reason why EduPoint was created was to connect well-vetted tutors to learners, right? That is what we are doing even at the business-to-business scale. We are actually putting these young people into various schools that need them. But first, we have to teach them and build with them the culture of how EduPoint operates, the culture of how technical education can be passed through. So all of these things is part of what we call e-learning. So e-learning has become more of like the major component of what most educational institutions like schools and colleges and universities around the world are using, just because of the pandemic of the COVID-19. And like I said, this is the future already. I'm not sure we're going to go back to on e-learning. I think the future is how do we improve more on what this e-learning is all about, right? Again, the use of desktop, laptops, and smartphones and internet are also going to form a major component of this learning methodology. The beauty about e-learning, most of us don't know, and I'm going to appreciate the fact that the e-learning came in on time, is that even as far as Manchester, even as far as Ghana, as far as Togo, as far as Ghana, as far as UK, we have Nigerian parents based in these countries, based in these continents, that actually want their children to learn indigenous Nigerian languages, but they don't have the required access. And with online platforms like Google Classroom or Zoom, what happens? Learning continues. So we have people in Manchester, people in UK who are learning, and distance or barrier, distance is not even a barrier, because why? They have, or they are using a smartphone connected to an internet, which has helped, the interconnectivity between the teacher or the tutor and the learner. Again, one thing you must know is that in as much as we want to try as much as possible to ensure that we bridge the learning gap and employability gap, one important thing that we need to know is that we cannot take out the importance of face-to-face learning. I sit on this chair, and I won't lie to you that the face-to-face or the one-on-one learning cannot be it cannot be removed completely. It's why there's a need for an hybrid learning, and that is what is going on currently, even in these public and private schools that we take. We throughout this month of April, I know some of the field officers have been seeing what they have been doing. They have been training these children online. The interesting part is that teachers still want to be involved. Do you know why? Because the minimum requirement to be promoted in Lagos State now as a teacher is that you must be ICT compliant. So we've seen teachers who have said, oh, this is that these children are learning. We too, we want to learn it. We too want to be, we want to get that opportunity of being promoted. We don't want anything to be our hinder or our barrier to our promotion. So we would love to also join in learning these programs. And you see, the beauty part about this is that when the teachers learn these things, right, even when we're not on field to teach these children, they end up continuing, or they end up sustaining or maintaining this skill-based learning. So we must not take away face-to-face learning. We still incorporate face-to-face learning. We still do home-to-home lessons. We still go to schools to teach them. Schools are resuming next week. We will resume fully the face-to-face or the classroom learning. But of course, should anything happen tomorrow, we have somewhere to fall onto, because why? We have prepared ourselves, prepared our students, and prepared our platform to be able to accommodate such particular kind of problem. There are a lot of statistics I can read about as regards the pandemic and what happened to Nigeria, but let me save us the time. The statistics is not going to do us any good. It's just going to scare us more. But I want to say that the COVID-19 impact on the Nigerian education generally, right, has affected the way teaching and classes are going on. There are new learning and teaching methods, and this is being utilized using ICT and digital technology, which of course has helped enhance these student skills and also enable learning to become very, very, very acceptable. Okay, there's a need for us to also input modern teaching methods. Of course, I've said this a lot. Nowadays, you don't just teach because you want to teach. You have to inculcate technology into what you do, and you make learning fun. And you know, technology is the only thing that makes learning fun. In fact, I enjoyed Mr. Davis' class. I was just happy because these are the things that our children love to see. David will have used another platform called code.org. Very fantastic platform. I know some of you might have been wondering, this code that people are learning, it looks so vague to me. I don't understand. I'm scared. If me as an adult does not know it, how will my children know it? See, you don't need to bother for these children. We've built a platform where there's a platform where children can learn this thing with fun. Like, learning has become fun. So I know we adults, we don't like change. We are so resistant to change. Once they want to start automating things in the office, we start complaining. I can't use this. No, these children, these millennials that you people don't know, they love anything that is fun. And there are so many platforms that has been designed, that has been built in such a way that learning has become so much fun that you are working seriously, but you are playing. You are working seriously, but you are playing. And this is the platform we use to teach these private and public school students. And that's why some of them are excited to learn it. And we are so excited about what's going to happen in the next few years. There's going to be a lot of job creators. When people are saying that the government has 60% unemployment rate, don't worry. Let the government invest into technical infrastructure. Let the government create an enabled platform where enabled ecosystem where technology is going to be encouraged. You are going to see how job will be created massively. Just imagine a company like Flutterwave or Paystack or Andela was not created. How are we even going to have a good GDP? Imagine what happened recently. Paystack was bought for $200 million. Imagine pumping $200 million into the Nigerian business. Nowadays, you can order your pizza online. You can even go to class online. You can learn. So these job creations, you know, are adding value compared to the usual primitive way jobs are being created. Okay. Yeah, we know some jobs will be taken away, definitely. It's a cons, yeah. Job will be taken away because people refuse to change. But of course, if you change or you try to change or you join the bandwagon of change, I don't think your job will be taken away from you. In fact, I think you'll be giving more jobs, right? Also, the impact of education technology and distance learning has also occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic. And you've seen that distance learning that was never appreciated before. If people tell you to learn this, if people tell you to go for distance learning course, you say, no, I can't go for distance learning. I want to be in the class. But right now, even conventional universities are now undergoing distance learning. And it is the new normal. And learning is still going on. People are still convocating. People are still going through induction. People are even still doing their defense online. People are, I mean, you've seen the rapid change at which the country and the economy has also experienced. Also, one thing you want to know again is that there's been creation of course content materials. You know, the lecturers are now starting to want to delve into, you know, utilizing e-learning materials, you know, especially during the lockdown, where some private universities, I use the word private university because during the pandemic, I was surprised to see government universities going on ASU strike. It was really, really shameful and painful. You know, I wasn't expecting them in the heat of pandemic to add more problem and more sort of injury, but you know, that is the country you find yourself. But you see some deliberate private universities and some few universities who did not want to go into that ASU strike. They went ahead to start creating what they call Moodle or e-learning platform, where learning will continue. I know a couple of universities like that. I'm not going to mention names, but I know people who went from another level to another level and were at home learning. They did not go to school, they didn't stay in the hostel, and yet they went to the next level. And I know some people who did not enter that level, rather they wasted the particular year. And when they resume to school, the school is trying to force 2 semesters in one. You see, so that is the problem you face when you are resistant to change. Technology has come to play. And I think the government, and I think the private and public sector need to pay attention to this and see how they incorporate this technology, not only into the learning ecosystem, but even to the working ecosystem. We've seen companies that will say, if you don't come to work, you'll be fired, you know, because you are working, because you came late to work. Pandemic has made it possible that you can actually work from home. In fact, during pandemic, people are more productive from home. I don't know for anybody, but some parents never realize that they can be very productive. And that's why we are organizing this conference, right? That you can actually be very, very productive even in the midst of pandemic. You can actually be a better parent even in the midst of this pandemic. I really want to encourage us. I know some parents' businesses were hit so badly. Some parents lost their job. Some parents had to relocate. Some parents had to cut down their costs. But we just want to encourage you. If you're a parent here, you're going through all of these challenges, we want to encourage you that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And what we want you to do is that we want you to look for the silver lining, outside, the cost of all this pandemic, okay? And ask yourself, what are those particular skills? If you are working, you lost your job, what are those particular skills you need to collect, you need to harness, The good thing is that you're not too late. That is the beauty of the whole thing about learning. You are not too late. And Mrs. Gift has said that earlier, in our session, that you are not too late. If you're a teacher, you're not too late. If you are a parent, you're not too late, okay? This session is meant for you. We are advising you, we're encouraging you, and we are sharing with you that there is need for us to start adopting some digital skills. You could start with just normal Microsoft Office. From there, you start with coding, and coding has levels. We have basic, we have intermediate, and we have advanced, And if you feel at any point in time that you want a personal tutor for your children, or you want a personal tutor for your school, or you want a tutor for your school, or you want a tutor for yourself to learn some of these skills, we've shared a link in the Zoom page. You can go to edupoint.org.ng/coding, and you will see a form. Fill the form, and somebody will attend to you within 30 to 60 seconds. In conclusion, e-learning seems to be the forthcoming trend. Yes, it has been. You can't overemphasize this. It is extending. I would say e-learning is like the new coronavirus. What I mean is that for schools, it's like every school now is even using e-learning as a selling point. But unfortunately, a lot of countries have adopted e-learning even before the pandemic. And that is why in my previous point I made earlier, I was telling you that some countries already had a blueprint map that if there's a climate problem tomorrow, they know what to do. Of course, Bill Gates are writing a book on climate condition. He wrote a book on pandemic before, and nobody read it. Those who read it designed a blueprint for their country, and that was why they were not hit badly. Now, he has written a book again on climate, and I think some countries are not even bothered at all. So people think it's another fallacy. But it is another way of preparing themselves ahead. So almost every school I go to now to sell our coding and robotics class is priding in e-learning. And I ask myself, e-learning has been in existence before now with Google Classroom. Before the pandemic, Zoom was already a business, but they boomed. I said Zoom that boomed, because of why they actually came to the educational space, which is learning through digital platform. So everybody is trying hard to, emphasize that he or she is not an e-learning center, the platform, the e-learning center. If you go to a school now, what you see on Billboard is that we offer both online and offline. Before, why would a school that has a very big structure be prided in an online platform? You can see how COVID-19 has humbled so many people. Before, people pride in the big structures, how big. When you say you want to send your children to school, you first of all go and look at the structure of the school first, how the school is well equipped. In fact, if the school doesn't have a playground, if the school doesn't have a field, doesn't have a basketball court, this is funny, but it's true. Parents use this metric to actually monitor or actually tell if that school will be a better school. But what we have seen now, the structure thing has changed. Right now, it is e-learning. What parents are asking is that, my dear, if pandemic hits or anything happens, can my child still learn? And once the answer is no, nobody will go there. If the answer is yes, my child is going to come to your school. So again, e-learning is not the result of the current situation crisis to outbreak of coronavirus. In most countries around the world, it is transformation. Its transformation into a pandemic prevented the continuation of the educational process in its traditional face-to-face form in all educational institutions at all levels. Like I said before now, e-learning was there, and I keep saying this. Many schools are doing e-learning. Many countries, even some Nigerian private schools. I know some schools who are doing e-learning, but e-learning was not like the dominant part. But right now, it seems like a hybrid. We do e-learning and we also do physical classes. Some schools don't come every day. Some schools allow children to come almost every day. Some days they don't come, they learn online. Some days they don't learn online, they learn offline. So there's need for us to learn. And I believe that while we are trying to adopt into this new normal, there's a need for everybody, both the government, both we who are in the educational space, both the instructors, both the government, both the private and public sectors should come together. And that's one thing I want to emphasize again. And I love what Lofting Inc. and the Lagos State government did. Lofting Inc. is a private company, and Ecodigital is an initiative of the government, of the public, where you have good participation or good, discussion in a roundtable between public that owns the field and that owns the say and that owns the population, and private that has the plan and that knows how to well implement things. I think the educational system of the country or the states can be massively improved. And I believe that with platforms like EduPoint and the rest, we hope that we will try to change, the footprint of education one step at a time. Thank you so much. I look forward to attending to your question. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Obi, are you on?
A round of applause. Let us see it. A round of applause. Hello. Yes, let us see it. Let us see. Let's see the engagement from Facebook, from Twitter, in the WhatsApp group. A round of applause. A round of applause. A round of applause. EduPoint is taking the lead, streaming on all platforms. So it's actually practicalizing what it is saying. Yes, Olatokunbo Ayenimelo, thank you so much for that round of applause. Admin, take note of those people that are engaging. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So quickly, we're going to go to the next phase. But before we go to the next phase, okay, Lofty INC. Okay, Lofty Inc. Thank you so much. Lofty Inc. actually provided EduPoint the platform at which to soar. So thank you so much. And Mr. Oscar Obiora actually spent some time talking about that. Thank you so much. We're going to take a 5 minutes break, just a 5 minutes break. Now it's going to be for us to stretch our legs. Like we told you that we are going to take you from the beginning. We've been on from 3 o'clock and from 11 o'clock. And now this is almost 5. I know that there are some persons who have not stood up from their seat. It's been from one panel session to the other, from one keynote session to the other. So we're just going to give you just about 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. So by 4 o'clock, we should come back for the next session. The next session will be handled by Mr. David Lawal, who is the lead panelist. And then Mrs. Ijoma Oguntade will be supporting him. And of course, we'll have Sir Innocent Uhiri as part of the panel to just make it very much interesting. After that session, we are going to be having Sir Innocent Uhiri. He's going to just be doing a kind of summation of everything that has been taught. So he'll be doing that for about 15 minutes or 20 minutes. And then we would have one of the EduPoint staff come and then give us a closing statement or closing word. But meanwhile, EduPoint is unveiling 4 strategic and bold features that all parents and educators should be able to sign up on. So watch out for it. It's coming up. We're going to be sliding that much later. So just watch out. Just make sure that you are still hooked on. You're going to be seeing 4 separate and different moves that EduPoint is taking to ensure that both parents and educators, have a role to play in their lives and also in the lives of their children. Now, quickly, before we go for that break, already we can go for that break actually. But while the break is going on, because of the time that we don't have, I'll just be going through the impact report for EduPoint, and I would also be, taking you through some of the pictures of these things that Mr. Oscar Obiora shared. Now, like I said, this program, this conference is actually recorded. So if you miss it, you actually get it via email. So just go stretch your legs. I will just continue so that for recording purposes, it is there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. I guess you can see my screen. You can see my screen here. Okay, so first, before I go to the impact report, let me just go straight to EduPoint's website. Let me share that on ground so that you guys can be able to connect and then see what I'm doing directly. Okay, so I'm sure you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? So I'd like you to bookmark this page, edupoint.org.ng/blog. Everything that is being undertaken by EduPoint, we always try as much as possible to come here and put it down. So this is a blog post that is talking about the Eco Digital project that is managed by EduPoint. Yes, managed by EduPoint. I think it was given by the Lofty Inc. Allied Partners Limited on the Office of the Special Advisor to the Governor on Education, Lagos State. So EduPoint is the trainer for the eco-digital skills, training all public schools in robotics, in coding, and in digital skills. Okay, so you can check the blog. You can check the blog and see everything about that, the supervision and everything about EduPoint. Before EduPoint was able to do that, EduPoint made sure that it invested heavily in capacity building. So what EduPoint did was EduPoint trained young persons, who are IT savvy in the rudiments of coding. Okay, and majority of them are even teachers. EduPoint also has special needs teachers too, for those that will have special needs children and we still want those special needs children to benefit from these digital skills. So I would like you to bookmark this page, because everything that has to do with EduPoint in terms of news and the way forward is always being put at the edupoint.org.ng/blog. So this is 4 o'clock already. I would like to know if Mrs. Ijeoma is available for a session. Is Mrs. Ijeoma available for a session?
Yes, I am.
You are. Oh, thank you so much. Mrs. Ijeoma has been here since morning. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Let's give the emoticon. Let's give the emoji. She has been the only panelist that have been here from the morning time up until now. This okay. I think Mr. David Lawal too has been on from the beginning. Yeah, Mr. David Lawal too. So let's give a round of applause for both of them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to see engagement from your end. Let's see the emoticon, the round of applause emoticon while she comes in. Yes, in 1 minute. From the Facebook, from the Twitter, admin, let's gather the engagement. We want to make sure that we are all engaging. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so Mrs. Ijeoma Oguntade, I'm sure you have your Mr. David Lawal, I'm sure you have your materials ready, and you are ready to kickstart this session. Are you ready, Mr. David Lawal? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. So now you would notice that when we started this conference, we started by introducing the speakers, giving their profiles, but we found out that these speakers are just too loaded. And when we begin to read their profiles, it takes up to 5 to 10 minutes. So what we have decided to do is that we are accumulating their profile, all their courses, all their coaching sessions, etc. We are accumulating it into we are accumulating it into the post. We are accumulating it into the post conference material. So everyone who registered, make sure you registered for this conference. You didn't just come to view directly. Make sure you registered. If you did not register in the conference, make sure you join the WhatsApp group. I would ask the admin to put to paste the link to the WhatsApp group. Make sure you join the WhatsApp group so that you can now drop your email addresses. Don't drop your email addresses on the regular Zoom portal, because we are sharing live, we are streaming live on Facebook, we are streaming live on other platforms. So don't drop your email address, just join the WhatsApp group, and in that closed session, we'll be able to link up to you and give you the link at which you register for the conference. So that way we'll be able to send you the post-conference material. All these speakers, they have slides, all of them, all the panelists, they have beautiful explosive slides. They have beautiful explosive slides. All the panelists, Coach Lillian's slide, we had slide from Coach Lillian. We had a slide from Mr. David Lawal. We had material from Mr. Praise Uwe. I'm sure you enjoyed the session. We have from Mr. Victor Akeze, from Mr. Oscar Obiora, Mrs. Gift Godfrey, and then we are going to be having from Mrs. Ijoma Oguntade and Mr. David Lawal. So Mr. David Lawal, thank you so much. I would like you to have the floor, teaching and leading in crisis. So you'll be having Mrs. Ijoma Oguntade as your co-panelist, and then because we want to make it much more diverse and engaging, not just reading slides, we want to incorporate the other panelists that are available. We have Sir Innocent Uhiri. We also have Mr. Victor Akeze too, still available. Interestingly, all our panel speakers and all our keynote speakers are very vast in all the topics that we are treating today. We carefully selected them so they can play in any of those roles. So Mr. David Lawal, as you're leading the panel, I want you to engage all of them so that this session is as diverse as possible. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Obie. You've been such a beautiful moderator for this fantastic summit. I've learned quite a lot, and it's going to take me maybe up to a month to process and begin to apply some of the things that I've just picked up today. I want to thank once again EduPoint for organizing this beautiful summit. In fact, the entirety of Nigeria has to be here to witness this. I also want to welcome my fellow panelists, because I'm sure we're going to have one of the best moments in this conference, even as we are bringing it to a grinding halt. So the focus right now is how to teach and how to lead in a crisis situation. So I have just paraphrased that, not in a short form, but in a long form. My own introduction is not going to be very long. We're going to have a conversation on this panel. I want to welcome once again even those very committed people who have been our fantastic, ever listening and supportive audience for being a part of this conference. And just before I go into this, I want to say this, that when EduPoint finally has next conference, which I'm sure is going to be a physical conference, because by the grace of God, the pandemic is already packing itself up. It has launched us into information technology. It has helped us to integrate IT into learning, to make learning even much more fun, even though we were reactionary to the pandemic, to the shift. Even though we were reactionary, we had started to catch up with the rest of the world. It's been a blessing, as Mr. Obiora told us in the last session. So it's been a blessing. Many things have been happening. And as teachers and leaders, there is a shift in the way that we lead in the pandemic. Now, when it comes to a crisis situation, we all know that in leadership, we can't just use the same style for different situations. Hesse and Blanchard, they came up with a situational leadership model, which has changed the way that people view leadership. And for them, the simple hypothesis, which became their very core message for their book and for their research, was that in several situations, leaders must learn to adapt their styles to the changing situations. So they proposed about 4 situations where leaders have to use different approaches in leading the people that they lead. Now, if you notice, I am not one who uses the word followership. I don't so much believe in the concept of followership. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I
Or am I?
can.
Okay, great.
Yes,
I'm not
yes, we
one who
can.
believes very much in the concept of followership. In fact, as soon as people make themselves my follower, I try to elevate them to the level of friendship. And if they choose not to come to that level of friendship, I see them as my friends. In other words, I'm not looking at them as people I have to impress. I'm not looking at them as people that are subject to me. I'm looking at them as people who I can learn from, because in teaching we learn and in learning we teach. So that's one very beautiful aspect of friendship leadership. And that's why the name of our institute is Friendship Leadership Institute. So 4 situations. Let's look at 4 situations, particularly in a time of crisis when there's been a disruption in the way things have been, when there's been a shift from the normal to a new normal. So the first situation is when you have low skill and low will. You have people on your team or people who are your students who have low skill, but they have low will. But they are your students. What do? You have to make sure that you survey your students and you find out the ones who have low skill, low competence, and low motivation. In that case, once you find those people, you want to make sure that you are not building so much of a strong relationship with them as you are being directed. So the approach of leadership then would be the directional style of leadership. You give them instruction, you lead them through almost every point as if you're spoon feeding them. They have low skill, they have low will. You keep them very, very accountable. Now, the second situation would be when we have somebody with a low skill but has high will. Now, being a coach, I find people like this in my own trainings. I don't train anyone who doesn't sign up for my course. So there must have been a sparking interest before they come. So there must have been a connection with their interest before they come to our class. So in that case, they have high will, high motivation, but they have low skill. So in that case, you have to use the coaching method. You are still going to be directing, but you will be supportive. You build relationship with them. You make them see you as a friend who is willing to guide and serve and even have a beautiful time with them. At the same time, you want them to get clarity and to achieve certain results that they may not be able to achieve by themselves, maybe because they don't have the competency or they've never had the exposure. Now, the third situation would be that of high skill. You have somebody who is highly competent on your team or amongst your students, but who has a low will, who has a low motivation. In that case, this person has high will, high skill rather, has very competent, but because of the crisis situation, maybe because of the pandemic, maybe something happens to them. Maybe they lost their job or their business, or maybe they lost someone close to them. At that moment, they're going through a very difficult season. What you have to stress the most for them to get the job done is to show them a lot of support. You have to voice it to them. I'm sorry about what happened. Let's talk about it. Very, very important. So as leaders and as trainers and as teachers, we want to be very, very emotionally intelligent. We all have heard a lot about emotional intelligence of recent. I mean, there's been so much talk about emotional intelligence. So before I get to the fourth situation, we have the first situation to be a situation of low skill and low will, which the recommended approach to leadership would be the directional style of leadership. And then we have the low skill but high will situation. The style of leadership will be the coaching kind style of leadership. But then we also have the high skill and low will situation, which will be the supporting style of leadership. But then now we can have somebody on our team, and maybe it's a perfect situation. They have high skill, they have high will. In that case, you don't want to be directing them, you don't want to be coaching them, you don't even want to be too much with them, talking about how much support you've got for them. Just at the beginning of the project, or maybe at the beginning of the event, you let them know, I trust you're going to do an amazing job. You just affirm your trust in them, and you just delegate the entire duty to them. They don't need your help in any way other than after getting the job done, you recognize them, you celebrate them. So there are all of these categories of people in amongst our students or in our families. If we are parents, if we have children, or if we are guidance who are taking care of certain children, or whether we are church and we have certain people under our leadership. So the people on our team are scattered into this spectrum that we have just covered. So you must make sure that you open up your mind in such a condition of crisis to find out the people on your team and find out what category they belong to, and then decide whether you're going to be using the directional style of leadership or the coaching style of leadership or the supportive style of leadership or the delegating style of leadership. On a final note, before I turn it over to the rest of the speakers of the panel, on a final note, I need to say this, that it has been well observed that in a crisis situation, when a leader stands before his teammates or the people on his team, or when a parent stands before the children, or when a teacher stands before her pupils, or has a teacher rather stands before her students, if the teacher or the parent or the leader doesn't make a mention of the crisis situation, no learning is going to take place. And it has been said that all that you have to do as a leader is just do anything, just say anything. It doesn't matter how much of what you do or not, but do something that speaks to the current reality that they are in, the crisis reality that they are in. That way you get down to their level, address the issue of skill and will, and then your job is to begin to take them little by little to a position of learning, of bringing out great potentials within them. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the other panelists, and I understand what it feels like when you are with the mic. 10 minutes can swell into 1 hour. So I'm sure that our other panelists will bring a fresh perspective to the discussion. So Mrs. Ijama, there.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. David.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Okay, good. Now, you said something, but you said something about no skill. I was following, got lost. I want to portray something. When the pandemic started, it gave me, the pandemic was a biological war that started and changed the entire narrative of leadership and teaching. And what I turned in my slides as a because now it's in time. The natural system in which everybody was used to was changed. We now had to start nurturing different abilities, bringing them to life, especially coming to areas where we needed to teach children. I had a problem teaching, getting my child to learn using the phone and the tab. Hello, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I mean,
I had a problem getting my child to learn because it wasn't within his natural system, and sometimes I had to use coaxing, being stern for him to learn. But gradually, I had to apply different methods to engage in that particular activity. Now, it happened with teachers. It happened with the community. It happened with parents. Everybody was thrown into a frenzy. Everybody was thrown into a way where they were not conscious of. That was where the 5 C's, the 5 C skills, which every 21st education educator must have, needed to come into place. Communication. Now, not all how to communicate. And one of the communication credible we did not have credible information. There were too many different networks supplying wrong information at different times. It wasn't that easy. Then there was no, it was a very, very few cases. I can remember on Facebook where people came in giving messages of hope, trying to calm people. A particular one of schools of I do, and I said, if or maybe twice a week, go down to the school, write words of affirmation on the board, on the notice board outside. You're not only reaching out to the parents, you're also reaching out to the community at the end of this biological war. Number 3, creativity. Guess what? COVID-19 pandemic brought out the best in a lot of people. That was where their value systems begin to open. They began to see there were different areas and opportunities to channel their ideas to. One of the advantages was Zoom, Google Classroom. A lot of subject teachers like the Yoruba French teachers began to create videos teaching children how to use it. And some of them now are making money well. Why? They are actually teaching children even in a diaspora. It became beautiful. Then what about collaboration? Everybody started to work as a team, which was one thing that can never be taken out of anybody. Look, I used to tell myself something, and I kind of called it as a goal. I said, I'd rather be an impact than be present. You can be present and never notice, but your impact will be felt till you leave. That was one of the things that's one of those things a leader needs to have. In the pandemic, everybody needed an impact. Everybody needed something to give them hope. Oh, there is something for you to hold on to. There is something. I stopped looking at credentials. Yes, your credentials are quite important if I'm looking to employ, but I started looking more at potentials because this just show me what you have. This was the time for everybody to start building the right team, building the best team, getting the best set of team members on your team. Hello, please, anybody there? Mr. David Lawal.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm having a challenge.
Yeah, we're with you.
Okay.
We're with you.
Now, this was the best time for you to start getting the right people on your team. Now, that's where collaboration came in. And in collaboration, you need to, there's a place for emotional intelligence where you needed to begin to understand and separate people from their personalities and their skills. You needed to begin to understand who they are. Their skills they'll bring to the table, but their personalities might not be favorable to you. You needed to know how to create a balance for them. Then the last one was cultural integration, beginning to understand every single one. Look, as a leader, we have different audiences. We have the parents, we have the school, we have the community, we have the learners. We needed to start tweaking the learning management system in such a way that everybody will get something. No child will be left out. When Lagos State found out that they couldn't do it, they decided to go via radio. And they went to certain rural communities where the learners got value. The same thing happened with this a certain set of group of people that I worked with briefly, the unusual school. They went into different rural locations, different environments, teaching children, giving them home learning parks. These were children who did not have access to the internet. Technology, yes, has come to stay, but we need to realize that there are some areas that do not have access to it. Network is another thing. The fact that the pandemic at the same time cut certain parents' finances. They needed to start all over again. Some of them needed to start doing manual jobs. They had to find a way to put the food on the table for the children. Teachers needed to find different things to do. At that point in time, who's going to be thinking about data? You're going to be thinking about, oh, okay, what do I do? Leaders, I respect unusual school. They chose that period to, okay, fine, let us lead through this period. Some teachers came in and joined them, which was awesome. Leadership is not something you joke about. Leadership is something you sit down and you ask yourself, okay, fine, can I do this? Your team members determine the strength of your leadership truly. Your team members will determine how far you go, especially if you have the right team. I learned one thing, let me quickly go through my slide. I learned one beautiful thing, and I learned something about my geek. My geek is my gift, my expertise, my experience, and my knowledge. Now, in leadership, everything begins to come into play. Your gift, oh, this is the area of your specialization. Well, guess what? My gift expanded because I found out that there was another part of me that I hadn't tapped into. Now, a lot of people did not know there were sides of them they had not tapped into in the areas of their gifts, and they began to build on it. Their expertise, yes, probably there was an area where they will specialize on, where if they're waking up from sleep, they can deliver mind-blowing sessions without any hindrance. But what about the ability to create that, carve that expertise to another one? I was a product of that. I had people who were product of that. A lot of business ideas were birthed during the pandemic. Now, the knowledge, now the course, intellectual, and the spiritual tells me, look, you get the principles from, you need to get all your principles from the only principle, which is God Almighty. And that is one person who taught us a lot of lessons. God bless Pastor Sam Adeyemi and Pastor David Adeyemi, my pastor. They taught me a lot on leadership, and the fact that at that point in time, you needed to open your ears and your heart to people. Then the physical cost, there was enough time. Everybody had time. We had so much time on our hands. So that period was a very beautiful period for us to use to read, to study, to get more, to ingrain ourselves more into different things. Look, there's a particular circle where, okay, fine, we feel because we're trying to build up. But what about trying and finding out about different things? What about trying to fit niche, trying to create solutions? That was where the physical cost came in. One of the things that that helped in the pandemic was the ability to solve problems, problem-solving skills, and that is one of the major factors and major things people will be looking for in people today. Leaders, if you do not have problem-solving skills and you do not have team members who have that ability, it's going to really pose a lot of problems. Leadership, like I said, the narrative has changed since the pandemic, the crisis. After the pandemic, we now have the answers. So everything changed, and I call the nature versus nurture. It was about time where you started to learn to understand. Sorry, please, is there anybody that might?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
You are breaking, ma. We can see you, but you are breaking. Hello.
Oh, sorry. Can you
Yes,
hear?
you are breaking.
Can you hear me now? I think it's network on my side.
Yes, we can.
Oh,
We
God,
can
that's
hear
network on
you.
my side.
We can
Okay,
hear
now
you.
every leader has to understand this, that we have to do more towards facilitating learners. And our learners don't talk about just our team members. Our learners talk about the community. We have to do towards facilitating the learning system, creating the learning management system, tweaking it a bit from the initial. Look, the traditional one-on-one was no longer working. We had to create different methods to get results. Become more purposeful. We had to become more relationship oriented in the sense that people needed to become our focus. Yes, because we're dealing with people now. Emotional intelligence had to become one of the major factors in our lives. We needed to understand people, separate their personalities from their skills. I learned that a lot during the crisis. We need to understand that, look, we understanding the audiences we had. Please, I hope I'm not breaking anymore. Are you hearing me loud and clear now?
You're okay.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
We had to understand that we had different audiences. So how we pass our messages across to them, it's either we send a message of hope or we send problems. Credibility had to become our watchword.
No, compared to that, mean like, yeah, 5,000. What about 800?
There's a sound from the background.
I don't know where that is coming from.
And their food is very costly there. Now,
someone
and you school.
Can you mute one of your phone over here? One of your name. Sorry.
I guess somebody is.
Okay, somebody was bearing my name. The person bearing my name. That's a Zoom bug fix. Okay. Continue, ma'am.
Okay. Now, leadership. We needed to begin to understand that we needed to start creating. Let me use the word fortitude, a system whereby resilience, critical thinking, then continuous learning and connecting classrooms had to be built. Resilience in the sense that we needed to build a situation whereby every teacher, everybody who was underneath us or with us or following us had to understand that, look, I cannot keep falling down when there's crisis. I needed to have a barricade, something to help me forge through. A lot of people broke down. I remember at one point in time during the lockdown, when I saw so many things, teachers crying, I broke down in tears and I cried out.
Because be translated from the kingdom of darkness
into the certain teachers. Somebody is interrupting this.
And that's by the blood.
Hello. Okay. Now the Bible says in Luke 12, if I'm correct, Luke 12:48 said, much is required from those whom much is given. Now, as leaders, it's not possible for us not to have followers.
The Bible does not call it redemption alone. The Bible calls it deliverance.
It's not possible for us not to have followers. Mr. David Lawal.
I did my best to stumble an intelligent definition that will capture.
Am I the only one online?
I can hear you. You're here. I'm with you. But there is someone.
Okay,
you are not the only one online.
Okay.
Okay, so please, can you mute those? Can you mute?
Okay.
Deliverance is a system.
Okay.
What are we getting that message?
I don't know who's doing that. I don't know where that's coming from.
And your
Mr. David,
it's possible for the host to mute everybody.
I've muted.
Mr. David Lawal, you said something earlier on where you were talking. Hello.
Yeah, I got you.
You said something about you don't believe in followers. Can I tell you the truth? subconsciously people will tend to follow you because one, you become a ray of hope and an inspiration. At that point in time, you have given them an inkling into who or what they want to become, or you're now a muse. Whatever strategy you use becomes a point for them. Now they begin to see that and want to follow it. I am not your great leader per se, but I am one person who believes in impartation. Like I would say this, and that's what has followed me from my teenage years. Some people come into your life for a season, a reason, and remain there for a lifetime. At one point in time, the beginning of the crisis, I know I got new mentors, yes, because there were areas of their specialization that I know I needed, especially when it had to do with the emotional intelligence part. I needed to start working on myself better and to become better and to be able to follow through. And truly, it worked for me because when I resumed, it wasn't funny. Even as our day before yesterday, I still had certain cases to deal with, and it took a whole lot of emotional intelligence. Sometimes I call up my coaches and ask them, what do I do? And what do I do in such situations? Followership cannot be overruled. Jesus Christ, when he came in, created a team. Those team, the 12 disciples, propagate the gospel today that we hear. The 12 disciples propagate the gospel that we hear. What did he do? He built a team of people who could help him share his vision and the mission he brought into the world. That's what leadership is. Were there crises during his time? Oh, yes, there were. And every single one of them knew what to do. Every single one of them was useful. Judas Iscariot was useful in his own way. Yes, even though he betrayed Jesus, he gave him the kiss, the betrayal kiss. Peter denied him, but today Peter was one of the major instruments that Christ used. Leadership, like for me, is vast. It means you need to keep relearning, you need to keep unlearning, you need to keep decluttering just to become the best. Exactly. You can't even be the best, but you need to know your gig, your gift, your expertise, your experience, and your knowledge. You need to keep expanding on them every time. I think I'm going to stop talking here. If any other person has anything to say.
That was really very helpful. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ija. And I get your perspective. I think we share the same perspective on that point of leadership. And now we have with us Mr. Innocent. Mr. Innocent, are you here, sir? Would like to get your perspective on the subject of teaching and leading in crisis. Is Mr. Innocent around?
Innocent, are you around?
I guess
Sir
he's
Innocent,
he's trying to.
Are you there? Okay.
He's around.
Is he around?
Hello, can you?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, but you are now mute. Okay, you're good now. You're good, sir.
We can hear you, sir. Okay, Mr. Victor Akeze is around too, so you can just direct it to Mr. Victor Akeze before Sir Innocent comes in.
I don't have a question. I don't have a question though. I don't know what exactly Mr. Innocent wants to talk about, but one of the biggest challenges that we face now as leaders and as teachers because of the pandemic is the fact that there is a distance. There is no, we cannot have a sort of engagement with our students like a physical interaction would afford us. So that has been so much of a real challenge. And we know being on electronic devices like this can be very exhausting, even because you are working in an environment that is filled with a lot of distractions, not good for a seamless human-to-human interaction. So I want to send the question to the entire panel. How can we bridge this gap between the teacher and the student, the leader and the team members in this economy, in this new situation. So that is.
Okay, sir. Innocent has just raised his hand, so I think you can take that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please. Can you please come again with the question?
Okay, I can summarize. The main issue is that now that we're in a lockdown, but it's been difficult for us to human interaction that is typical of leadership. I wonder if you can hear me, or am I breaking?
I can hear you. I can hear you correct, loud and clear.
Okay, good. So Innocent, sir, what do you think we can do to bridge this gap of the human-to-human interaction that is not very easy with the use of technology?
Can you please come again? I don't know. The network here is.
Okay, so Mr. David Lawal, can you just put that in a chat and he will respond to it. Mr. Victor Akeze is on ground, so you can speak with Mr. Victor Akeze so that we get the diverse, opinions. And then, because Mr. Innocent Ohiri will actually take a brief session after you now.
Yeah, anyone on the panel can approach that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Victor.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Victor Akeze and then Mrs. Ijoma Ogutade. The floor is open.
Okay, let me say something. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you so much for this session, Mr. David. I really gained a lot. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ijoma, for that expository delivery. That question you posed to us now is quite challenging, and trying to figure out how to respond to that. Of course, we see that we are being faced with new realities. Okay, no pandemic has happened before, but of course, most of the tools that we're leveraging on now was not available then. Now, bridging that gap, of course, there has been improvement over time. We now have technology, even if we are being restricted or being quarantined or we're being, we're isolated or anything that we can't have that physical interaction. Technology is bridging that gap already. Now, moving forward, how do we now make that connection? Because there's this place for human-to-human connection. We need to see ourselves. We need to interact with ourselves. It's part of it. There's no technology has not improved to that extent that we can maybe virtually see ourselves and all of that. I don't know. Of course, anything is possible. But I think what I do with my team, basically, we have online meetings and just virtual. We can't see one-on-one and interact one-on-one, but what I do is to call them on phone, not like chatting and all of that. Call them on phone and able to interact with them and talk to them, ask them questions that is quite personal to them. I don't know if you understand the perspective I'm coming from, because bridging the gap, have that physical interaction with your followers, that physical interaction with your team or workers or your staff, it's not possible. There's for me, of course, there's no way you can do it except you want to disappear and reappear. All right, so that is what I would say concerning that.
I like that. So get past, get beyond, get out of the screen. Give them a personal call. Don't just huddle them into a Zoom meeting. You might even have a personal Zoom meeting with each of them and talk about things beyond the business or beyond the work. That was a very good response. So I guess Mr. Innocent is now ready for.
Okay. Mr. Innocent, you are raising your hand. Hello, sir. Sir Innocent Ohiri, you're raising your hand, sir. Okay. I think the network.
If it's not ready yet, maybe I can come in here.
Okay.
as he figures out his network issues.
Okay.
So
Okay, thank you so much.
I think
Okay, continue, sir.
the major subject here is about teaching and leading in time of crisis. Okay. Now, of course, crisis is a situation that is unplanned for. Okay, it's a situation, it meets you suddenly. It's a situation that you don't plan and it's unexpected. So what I do myself and True Sprouts, we do, of course, we plan. I think one of the ways to lead in crisis is to lead before the crisis. I don't know how that makes sense, but I think you have to expect anything, and it has to do with your planning. You have to expect that anything can happen. So I think to lead in crisis is to lead before the crisis. So you have to plan first and expect that anything can come, anything unexpected or unplanned situation or situations that can surprise you can come. Then apart from that, I want to look at this from two angles. Okay, to your organization, maybe you as you have an organization, you have a school, you have like EduPoint now. You are not just dealing with your team, you are also dealing with those who subscribe to what EduPoint does, the parents, the children, and also you have to interact with your team during the crisis. So now you are dealing with two parties now. During crisis, a time that is unexpected, a time that you didn't plan, situations that you didn't plan, you are not just dealing with your team members, you are dealing with both your team members and also dealing with the outside audience, that is the parents of the children that you are teaching. All right. So I want to look at it from you as an organization now. How do you deal with the party that subscribe to what you do? First of all, in crisis, as a leader, you have to know what is happening, have credible information about the situation. Okay, any information can come, or rumors and things that are not true can come, and if you start working on that as a leader, so you have to ascertain the credibility of that situation, the crisis. You must find out if that supposed crisis is real. I don't know if you get my point there. Before you start acting, before you start acting and reacting to the situation, you have to find out if that situation is actually true. Now you have to also communicate during the crisis. You know that is a time of uncertainty. All right, you want to maintain the confidence of the people who subscribe to your platform or whatsoever. You have to sustain their confidence and you have to communicate with them. Have a communication channel that you always reach out to them. Okay, that this is a situation that is on ground. This is how we are managing it, and you have no cause for alarm. Make sure you have a channel. You communicate, with those who subscribe to what you do and who believe in what you do. All right. So that is the second. What I would say concerning that leading in crisis. Make sure you have an appropriate communication channels, and also you have to explain to them what you are doing during crisis. You have to let them know the effort that you are making to put the situation under control. Okay, so people are who subscribe to what EduPoint does, they already have some of the investments, or of course they have resources in what you do. They have interest in what you do. They believe in what you do. You have to be able to let them know that you are in charge of the situation. Okay, you should not appear in such a way that you seem confused. Let's say you are the president of this country now, and maybe EduPoint. Okay, let me just say you are the president, Mr. Newton. You have to. The citizens they depend on you, to garner some strength and confidence. So you should be able to let them know that the situation is under control. That is the same thing I'm trying to explain here. As an organization, you have to let them know that you are in charge of that situation. You have to also be present as a leader in crisis. You should not appear lazy, okay? You should not appear unconcerned. They should see you working. They should see you making effort during that time, all right? Even if the time is difficult, they should see you making effort. They should see you work. So you have to be visible. You have to be present and available. And also, like this is more like the first thing that I said, you know, that leading in crisis is leading before the crisis. You have to make plans. You have to expect the uncertainty, anything that can happen. And that is to plan for future occurrence, okay? And that is the importance of history. This happened. What were our shortcomings and all of that? I need to plan, and of course, you need to block every loophole so that those difficulties that you face will not repeat itself. Now, coming back to your team, okay? Now, your team as a leader in crisis. First of all, understand that that situation is unplanned for, and it's going to affect your emotional stability, like what Mrs. Ijoma said. Emotional intelligence is very key in leadership. So, of course, you as a leader, you appear very strong and as if there's nothing going on. But you know that your emotional status is quite affected. However, you have to identify that, you know the state of your emotion, and you have to face it. Okay, face it, pay attention to that, and strengthen it. So that paying attention and facing your emotion as a leader in crisis is also very important. Take care of yourself during crisis, right? Pay attention to yourself because you are needed during that crisis. If you don't pay attention to yourself and you are looking at others, you are working, and you neglect yourself, when you go down, it's more dangerous. Okay, so you also have to show respect, show genuine concern to your teammates, show genuine concern to those who you are leading. Make them understand, of course, during crisis is demanding. Everybody is working, everybody is trying this and trying that. You have to make your team members understand that you actually care for them. Call them, if it's possible to visit them, you have to make them understand that you really care for them, show them respect, and be concerned about them genuinely.
Thank
The
you.
last thing I will say to wrap this up is be positive. Okay, you have to be positive that things are going to work out fine. Okay, that this is just momentarily and things are going to work out fine. That is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Before I turn it over to Sir OVA, just a 30-second statement. I think what we've been able to achieve from this panel is that we've shown that in a moment of crisis is where leadership really matters most. As we know, leadership goes beyond accomplishing the task or driving people to accomplish a goal. It also has to do a lot with the caring aspect of it, the nurturing aspect of it. And our panelists have been able to bring this to our understanding today. Yeah, we are dealing with IT and all of those technological devices that we're using, but then we must understand that behind every screen is a human being with emotions. And as leaders, we cater to that so that we can deliver the value that we want to deliver to those people, to develop them, that it might develop our nation and the entire world. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be on this panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Masterful Speakers Coach. Thank you so much. A round of applause for all the panelists. Mr. David Lawal, Mrs. Ijoma Ogotade, Sir Innocent Uhivi, and Mr. Victor Akeze. Please, a round of applause. Let's see the emoticon. A round of applause. A round of applause. Let's see the engagement. A round of applause. A round of applause, please. A round of applause. We are seeing it from Facebook. Kudos to you guys from Facebook. I'm enjoying every moment of this conference. Sarah Kadu, Vincent Odale, kudos to you guys. Olubumi Adewakun, she's giving us a round of applause. Okay, and she's also saying advise them, intercede for them, and nurture their mind. Okay, she's talking about the students now. Advise them, intercede for them, and inspect them. And then relate with them with love. Cordiality and friendliness is a must. Learn how to play and interact with the children and learn technology. Like I said, we are streaming on all platforms, and so we're taking comments from all platforms as well as on Zoom. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. David Lawal. A round of applause. Thank you for being here since morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Quickly, we're going to be leaving here by 5 o'clock. Yes, just like we said, 5 o'clock will be done. And before I pass the baton to the EduPoint staff to close, I would like to unveil some of the plans that EduPoint has going forward. Some of the plans that EduPoint has going forward. So EduPoint basically has come up with four approaches to sustaining the conversation and putting them in different niches, in sustaining the conversation and putting them in different niches. So I'll be sharing my slide now so that you see. Okay, so what EduPoint has decided to do is EduPoint has looked at its target audience, which are parents, right? So EduPoint is saying, yes, we know that we offer products and services for your children, but we are more concerned about you. We know you have some problems, okay? From our little survey, we found out a lot of problems that parents have, even within themselves, just like Mr. Victor Akeze just opined, you know, there is no running away from the fact that you have a problem. If you have a problem, that's emotional intelligence. Otherwise, you will not be able to grapple with teaching and leading in crisis, or even managing your family. So EduPoint has decided to create what we call the Adams Corner. It's going to be a men's hangout place where they will discuss issues about parenting, but this is just going to be for men only. And then it's going to also have the Eve's Corner, because it has noticed from his little bit of survey and questioning that there are some things that the men are not free to say in the presence of the ladies. So it's going to also have the Eve's Corner, where it's going to have hot gist, fiction and non-fiction, and spit it out series, real life experience. You know, pre this conference, the holding group we had for this conference, there were real life experiences that parents were sharing in that group. We're seeing in one of the groups, we're talking about incidences that border on, you know, sexual incidences, you know, that were real life experiences, and people are actually having to grapple with these things. So the Eve's Corner is going to handle that. And then we are going to be looking at the Youth Summit. I'm sure you enjoyed the session, the demo session by David, the CTO of EduPoint, and where he was talking about one of the projects he's working on that will reduce physical bank tellers by 70%. Wow. So, and then he was talking about a lot of things where children are being taught to build apps, you know, like fire apps and fire extinguisher apps and etc. He was talking about a lot of things. So this youth summit is basically going to concentrate on this, the future of work. It's going to be something you've never seen before, you know, something you've never seen before. It's going to be practical, you know, on ground. Then the last one is the Kids and Teens Summit that EduPoint will be launching, the Kids and Teens Summit. This will attend to issues relating to kids and teens. So what EduPoint has decided to do, it has decided to break down the problems of its target audience, specifically to the males, the females, the youth, and the kids and teens. What EduPoint is seeking to achieve is that if it can help them solve their problems, if it can help them solve their immediate problems, then they'll be able to cope with crisis, and then they'll be able to teach and learn effectively. So I'll be handing over to Mr. Oscar Obiora, who will be rounding up this conference. But before I do that, because once I hand over to him, I wouldn't be coming back on again. I want to appreciate all the speakers. I want to appreciate you that have been listening since 11 that we started. You that have been here since 11. It has been straight down. We just had only 10 minutes break. Now, originally, I will tell you, we had close to about four breaks planned. And we didn't expect that we'll be able to sustain people from 11 down till 5 o'clock. But you know what? Even the 10 minutes break was really not a break. because we're even still doing something within the break. And we had people who stayed from the beginning on our social media platforms up until now. So we thank you so much. That goes to show that the speakers, everything they spoke about was extremely very relevant, was intriguing and extremely explosive. We are going to put together the post-conference document, which we have all the information about the speakers. We're going to give you concise information about the speakers so that you can reach them directly. And they also have coaching sessions. Some of them have books that they would like you to have, and some of them have time, a time frame of about 1 or 2 days, like 48 hours, just for the purpose of our community. We'll be sharing that to you tomorrow. I think by tomorrow that should be done. Yeah, I think by tomorrow, by Monday, you should be able to get those things. By tomorrow, because some of them will expire by Monday. So between today and tomorrow, you'll be getting that in your email. Just make sure you register. I would like the admin team to put the WhatsApp group link now. Share the WhatsApp group link now on Facebook platform. Share the WhatsApp group link now on the Zoom platform. I would like you to share it now so that people can join. Thank you so much. So over to you, Mr. Oscar. Remember, you just have 2 minutes. We have 4:58. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I deeply want to thank my team for putting this into action. OVA came in to ensure that we have a very wonderful transition today. Also, I want to thank the great speakers. I can't list all. Mrs. Ijoma Oguntade, Mr. David Olawal, Mrs. Gifts, and the host of others. So many of you. In fact, we have a program for all of you. Like OVA has likely said, we have 4 pillars that we want to push out going forward to sustain this conversation. And we'll be needing most of you. We are going to contact some of you or all of you and see how we can work together to see how we sustain this conversation. We know that when conference come and go, the whole happiness and the whole learning just come. But to sustain that conversation, there's need for a continuous conversation, because this is not just going to be the first program we will do. We have a couple of programs in line, but it's good to sustain those conversations in a closed group of community. So we've built a community called Smart Parenting Group. It's a community on Facebook, on Telegram, and on WhatsApp, where we're having you and other hosts of more than 25 contributors who will be helping us in sharing some real life issues. We have women for the women category. We have men for the men category. We have both men and women for both the kids and the teens. So I really want to thank all the speakers today, all the panelists. I know some of us have gone for another meeting, Mr. Prisfowowe, Akaize, all of you all. I cannot list all your names, but I just want to thank you on behalf of EduPoint and the team members. We want to say thank you for taking your time to spend 6 hours with us. 6 hours, ensuring that this program was a success. And we look forward to working with you on extending this conversation to the younger and the older generation. Thank you so much. And also thank you to the attendees. Wow, there are some people that can see at their attendees column that have been here since morning. I don't know what to say, but I just want to thank you. Some people are already applying for coding teacher and music teacher already. Oh, wow. We were not expecting this. We only came to share our information. We only came to share how we can help you guys. But more importantly, we want to thank you. We believe that you've learned a lot, but more importantly, we want to thank you for taking your time to spend 6 hours. When we were planning, we didn't believe it was going to take 6 hours. But anyway, we said we should just do it and let's see, if the population will stay. We know it wasn't all that started stay here. We thank those who joined us in the middle of the session. We thank those who even came lately at the session. We have the recordings. We have the recording, and then we want to assure you that it will be made live as soon as possible. You can go back to our group page, our Facebook community page, or our company page, EduPoint, and then you can play it at your disposal. We want to thank you again for all the good work to my team. who put this through. I just want to thank them for their infinite help and marvelous work. Thank you so much, wonderful speakers. Thank you all. We look forward to working with you all future. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
So can we just take a picture? Can we just take a picture? Can we just put on our video, please, just for 1 minute or just 10 seconds, all of us? Can we just put on our videos, please? We want to take a picture. Admin, can you manage that? Admin, can you manage that from your end? Okay, so can everyone put on their video so that we just take a picture? Yes. Okay. Admin, can you take a screenshot from your end?
I guess
it's
a challenge. Can you see my video, sir?
Okay. Mr. Victor, it's not possible, right? Okay. If you can, so Mr. David, can you?
I can't. I don't know what.
Is it possible? Is it possible that we take a picture? Yes, is it possible? Mr. Victor, is it possible? Mr. David, is it possible? Okay, I'm sure the admin must have done some screenshots already. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ijoma Oguntade, for coming on live and staying this morning. God bless you. Do have a lovely evening.